Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday late afternoon, soon to be evening. I'm trying to start a little bit earlier on Sundays because, I actually want to do stuff after a stream. Like, it's not that I mind staying up late. I'm usually up to like 2 o'clock in the morning. But the last, from midnight on, or at least 11 p.m. on, I like just me time, to unwind from the day and everything. And it's a little bit more difficult to do that if I've been streaming right up until basically that. So I figure if I start earlier, I'll end earlier. And then I can do the dinner and other things that I do to unwind a little bit before bed so that I'm not so wired later on at night. We'll see how it goes. I don't have a ginormous docket today, so it might be possible. So far in the sandbox, we have hermeteorologist Monop and Bo Zed. Welcome. Oh, and there's Jet. And Bo Zed is wondering if this is me, and it is in fact you. I've always wondered, though, with that, when people call into the majority report and they say, is this me? That there might actually be two people from the same area code calling in. And so they hear the area code and then they would both say, this is me at the same time, not aware that one of them wasn't it. It's statistically speaking, that has probably happened at some point. And then how do you know? Because they say, is this me? And Sam will immediately say, yes, it's you, regardless of who says it. So how do you then know before you, keep on talking and it takes a while before you realize that you're not the one on the phone? I've never quite understood that. That's why I always, when I call in, I very confidently will say, this is Sandy from Ontario. And then if somebody else from 519 also called in at that exact same time, I would hear, yes, this is you, and know that it was not me. So, let's see. And we have twice in one weekend. Well, the debate was Friday. No, it was Thursday. So I wouldn't necessarily say this is twice in one weekend. And then left of the box equals the Z origin story. I don't know what you mean by that. Sandy is right. This is me origins. Don't know what that means, really. So just gonna wait until a few more people come into the sandbox. I know this is an unusual time for me to be doing the live stream, and I don't want to get into the meat and potatoes of the news until far more people are in, so they're not then trying to double speed it up to get to where we are. I don't know. I suppose I could do that, and then the late stragglers come in. You see, what I tend to do when I come in late to a stream is just watch it from live, and then when it's over, I'll go and backtrack. Unless they seem to be talking about something what seems really, really relevant, or I'm totally clueless, then I'll backtrack. But I tend to just watch it live, and then when it's over, go back to the beginning. But also, don't forget, I have a book. Buy my book. Buy my book. I've only sold 2 copies this month. I'd really like to sell more. I think I still need to sell like 4 more before it's actually like paid off the costs of this book. So please, please buy my book. My other book, all I'm waiting on now is the cover, and then I'll be able to publish it. Oh, it's nerve-wracking. There's a bit of a timeline on that one for reasons, and again, I always feel like an ass talking about that book that I'm not going to tell you guys about. Because, but it's so hard for me not to because it's been such, it's been a 10-year-long project, and it's been such a part of my life, and getting this book done, like actually published, will just be like the biggest relief I can imagine. Just getting that off my plate and seeing where that goes. But, I still had a lot of work to put into it, making up all the secondary social media accounts, putting content on those secondary social media accounts. And I've already screwed up once. Luckily, I don't have many people following my Instagram account because I accidentally posted to the wrong account. That would have been a dead giveaway. So I have to be super careful from now on as to which account I'm posting things to and tweeting from, so I don't get those mixed up. Because, like, I have my Left of the Box and my SandeeLovas accounts. Those ones I can just mix up. It's not a big deal. Everyone knows I'm both, and I will post probably very similar things. Like, the worst that will happen is I post something political to my SandeeLovas Instagram account, which I'm trying to keep separate, from my political stuff. And just keep it more for my art and cats. That's what my SandeeLovas Instagram account is for. But worst comes to worst, I'll just post that I did a video or something on that. Not a big deal. But the trouble I'm having with these new accounts that I had to make is I can't necessarily follow them or like all of their content the way that I do between the SandeeLovas and the Left of the Box. I'm starting from scratch, trying to find people to follow me, to put posts up, and it's so much work. So much work. Our meteorologist says I haven't been able to order it yet. As for my book, well, just whenever you can. I know you already got the ebook, which I super appreciate, and you'll probably enjoy the paperback with the edits that I put into it, so that in the future when I write the stories that kind of lead up to this book and then the serialized stories after this book, some of them just make more sense. Like, I wanted to make some characters a little bit more important. Let's put it that way. Some of the relationships a little bit more stronger, so that there's more of a backstory there when I get there. Like between, I'm not spoiling anything. This is from the first chapter. Minuet is Raphael's mentor. And originally I had it in the book that the mentors are kind of like parents to the kin. But then after the mentorship is over, then that relationship kind of fades and stuff like that. And I decided to change that and make it a lot more strong. Like, no, this is an absolute bond that is created. And the bond that she has in particular with her kin is super, super strong, like severely strong, because he is her only kin. And this will play a big part in the past books and the future books. And the only reason why I made it so that it was so non-attached afterwards was because I was thinking too much about the other vampire story, right? Because I have another vampire book series in my brain that I had before this book that I wrote. And so I actually borrowed a lot from that to put into this book, even though they're very separate books. They're very separate universes, separate ways that the vampires are created and all that sort of stuff. And so I think I'll leave that, because in the original vampire story, I have the vampires, they all kind of consider each other family. And it's all one big pack type thing. And So who's related to who is a moot point. Like when one of them has a child and they actually do have biological children, that is everyone's child. And so it's a lot more generalized there. But I think for the Necroplasm series, I wanted to make it a much stronger bond between the mentor and the kin, so that it plays a much bigger part. So if you read it and you like Raphael, there's going to be a lot more about Raphael. Our meteorologist is also saying that they want their sister to read it, thinks they will like it. I've had people say that they've had people fan of vampires who might like it, and I like it, and I can't wait to just be able to focus on writing more, because I think I need to like plan out timelines and stuff of this book, because there's already a lot of references to past events, historical events and stuff, and their ages and whatnot. So I have to actually like write it out on a long piece of paper, the history points that I mentioned in the book, and then try to connect them all and then see how they kind of overlap and stuff. Because one of the interesting things that I'm planning on doing with the prequels is that it's not really serialized. They're going to be individual one-off stories that cover a lot of the characters. And sometimes those stories will overlap at the same event. And so in one story, you'll see the event through one of their eyes, but then in another story, you'll be following it from a different character and you'll see that same event, but through their eyes. And so even though I might be talking about the same thing in it, it's from completely different perspectives. So you might understand something a little bit more about that particular event and what happened there and how that relates to the overall narrative of their world and their story. So it should be interesting. I'm looking forward to exploring it because like already in my mind when I go on my walks and I'm living in this world, it's already so well developed and there's so much there. But I know as soon as I get writing it, it's going to develop even more. But I wish that there were just like a few people I could sit down and brainstorm with, because there are certain things that I know I want to happen in the book, but then there's certain things where it's like I kind of have a generalized idea, but I need help kind of focusing in on what the major dilemma was in this particular instance. And then there's a couple characters that are a lot older that are main characters that I want to have some prequel stories for. And that's more challenging because they're from different parts of the world. And I actually am trying to do this as close to reality as possible, referencing like real historical events and stuff. And so I have no clue what was happening in those areas 1,000 years ago. So I'll have to do a fair bit of research for those ones. But then, so you'll have like all these one-off stories that kind of lead up to this book and what happened in here. And then there's going to be an overlap book of this. So this story is written in the first person perspective of Minuet, the main character. So all the other stories are going to be in the third person. And so there's going to be a story that overlaps with this one in the third person that you then get to see what was happening to everyone else. Because you really only see her perspective as to what was happening. But then, so the overlap story, you'll know what was happening, what led to different things in that book. And so it'll start like a bit before the book and go to a bit after. And so you'll see it from all the other characters' perspectives as to what was happening. And then there'll be like a serialized series that picks up from where this book leaves off. So that is me getting off on a tangent talking about my book, and no one even prompted me to do it. I just love talking about it so much. I also need to see, I think they might be up for it, if I can get on Left Past 10, but as Minuet. I think they might be interested in talking to a vampire. Oh, let's see. Bozette says perspectives. I like it. Letterhack would love this question. Reach out to him. Brainstorming better than flashcards. I haven't read it, but I will. Oh, thank you. Hermeteorologist says accurate history in it will be cool. since I know you've read the ebook and you quite like it, Google some of the places. They're real. Like, um, because the book, again, not really a spoiler, takes place in Ottawa. And I've been there enough times that I'm actually like, and I've actually done like news stories on it. And so the places that I reference in Ottawa are real places. Um, and like even there's reference to an amethyst mine in close to Thunder Bay. Well, there's amethyst mines in Ontario. I've been to one. Uh, back when I did a road trip when I was really young and we were coming back through Ontario. So like a lot of what happens in the book is real. And it gets a bit tricky because I had to do like research on some areas and stuff. Um, even Vincent, I don't want to spoil it too much, but look up Vincent's origins on there and you'll find a very interesting connection that I thought was absolutely amazing when I came across it. Because Vincent is a very good-looking vampire. Like, very, very good-looking vampire. Um, and so you can look it up and be like, huh, that is super interesting. So I've already done like some cursory research on some things. And so it's like, okay, there's going to be an event that happens 500 years ago that I need to look into more. And I found an event that happened 500 years ago that would really, really help with this book. But then there's other things so there's again, a lot of overlap in a lot of things. So I have to like really plot out a timeline, a proper timeline in this. Hello, John Davis. Nice shirt, Sandy. Wink, wink. Oh, you like the shirt, do you? Yeah, I'm sure it's just the shirt you like. Uh, but yeah, so I'm looking forward to just diving into this book, but I also want to get back to my other vampire book. And that one, I think I've told you guys the premise of it before. Uh, but for those of you who don't know or don't recall, because again, this one I can be open about because I'll be writing under my name. The main premise for this book was, again, I love this psychological experiments, thinkings and stuff. And so with the Necroplasm book, it's kind of like, here are the parameters and the lore around these vampires. Now, what would happen if they were really in this world? And that's what I was really trying to play to, is like, if they really did exist, what would the real dilemmas be? And so in this other vampire book I want to write, it starts with a guy goes to a cabin with his buddies for the weekend, a guy's weekend away, and he comes back late from nighttime photography to find them being attacked. He gets knocked out. And when he wakes up, his buddies are gone, just big blood stain on the floor. And he realizes he's in the room with a vampire. Now, what would the honest to God reaction be to this? Not just like this instant acceptance that you so regularly see in the movies and stuff. Like when I was talking to Letter Hack as Minuet about the book, somebody was mentioning, oh, so this book is like True Blood. And it's like, no. Because in True Blood, everyone just kind of seemed to accept that there's vampires and they're all good with it. And that's not what happens in this book. And so in the book In the Cabin, it's really like they're going to have a conversation about like the world and religion. And it's going to be more philosophical, and it's actually going to be designed to be made into a stage play as well. But then as I was getting more in depth with the thinking of that story, there's other stories that kind of relate to it. And then again, that universe expanded a bit more. So the first book will basically be one long scene between these two people. But then there'll be more story narrative style type books that come from that one thing. So it'll be a very different type of book to read. And again, it will be kind of designed more for a stage play. So it'll be very, very heavy on the dialogue. But some people might find that interesting, just watching a conversation, playing to the best of my ability of thinking of what the actual conversation would be like. And does this guy ever even accept that he's in a room with a vampire? Because I have talked to people about it. And the tricky part for me is I'm having to write him as a neurotypical guy. And would they ever accept it? Would they ever, or would they just kind of rationalize it in their head over and over, no matter what this vampire could or would do? Would they ever be able to accept it? So, hello, Carmen Bonneau. Thank you so much for the $1.99 Canadian and the heart sticker. Super appreciate it. As I'm like, again, I'm totally ranting about my books, and you guys come here for politics, but I'm ranting about my book ideas. The thing is that there is politics involved with all of this too. Like my philosophies and things of that sort, like kind of it dives into some, discussions around religion and gender and things of that sort, like looking at humanity from an outside perspective, which is not that challenging for me as somebody who's autistic. Because really, what this allows me to do by writing it through you're talking to this vampire is really just explore it more, like things that I already think and stuff as somebody who is autistic, and we quite regularly see ourselves outside of the regular society, and we question a lot about humanity. And so this will just allow me to explore that even more with this conversation. But again, for me, the tricky part is trying to write the male character, and it's purposely a male character with privilege that is in this room with this vampire. Somebody who in this society would normally be the top of the chain is now in a room with somebody who is like, yeah, you're not, you're not. And so then that will be like super interesting. And I'm looking forward to writing that one too. Also, it's been in my head a lot longer than this Necroplasm book, and I'm super looking forward to writing more. It's my escape from this world, all this writing. But the book that I'm about to publish, it can be expanded, but there's no need to. But if it gets popular enough, I will. And the thing is it has a chance of getting more popular. So if I get to like 100,000 subscribers on my channel, or Amazon Prime wants to buy that book to make into a series or something, then I'll reveal which one it is. If I get like, a TV contract deal for it, or I reach 100,000 subscribers, then I'll mention what book it is. But until then, I kind of have to keep quiet on it for my own safety. But let's see. Oh, we got John Davis. I think I said hello to you already. And there's Grand Theft Autobot. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I get talking about these books, and that's all I want to do because it's a good distraction. Like, that's part of the reason why I love working on them so much, is that it is like a real distraction from this really horrid world we're living in right now. But also a reminder to people, you can now become a member of the Sandbox, like actually join and become a member. And your perks will be knowing you're helping to support this community. I'm probably going to make a video about it, like a little announcement video that you can become a member. And again, for the people who might not have heard, I was thinking like, okay, so members like perks, that's usually how you get the members, is that they get extras and stuff. And I've put some thought into it, as in I didn't really need to put much thought into it because I was just following my heart and what my heart tells me. And that is, I don't want to deny people in my community who live with poverty access to any part of my community, because I've been confronted with that so many times in my life, where there's, a lot of leftist channels that I like that I feel like I can't fully participate in because I can't afford to be a member. And it's really exclusionary. And it's one of the intersections on the left that often gets ignored. Because if you want to build a strong left, you need to include everyone. And that includes people living with poverty. And so to have all of these platforms for the left, but none of them accommodating people living with poverty, it really does make us feel left out. But I get why people do that on YouTube. It drives memberships. it helps make a buck and all that sort of stuff. And you do need to make money in order to continue making content and stuff. And so I really want to impress that when I get more members, that will help me do member streams, and I'll call them member streams, but it will still be open to everyone. Because the more members I get, the less stress in my life there will be because I'll be getting more money. And the less stress that I have in my life, the more able I am to do this. Because sometimes I just get too stressed out with everything that's going on that I shut down. And that's why I only do regularly one live stream a week right now, even though I would love to be doing more, but it's the stress of everything. But then also once this other book is published, once I get that TYT video done, then it will open up my time greatly to do more live streams. And I will be doing another live stream Tuesday evening. I'm having a guest on. And we're going to be talking about things like polyamory and politics. And just to make sure I'm saying her name right, somebody who's been around the Sandbox and other leftist places, Audrey Rose Beavers. So some of you might know her. And so we're going to be talking about trans issues, polyamory, things of that sort. So it'll still be very political. And I'm also going to be interviewing an independent candidate so that I will record and then just post as a standalone. And I'm doing that tomorrow. Somebody again, Adam Golding, who has been around the Sandbox and stuff, he decided to run as an independent. So we'll find out more about the process and why he chose to do it and that sort of stuff. So, I have a little bit more content coming this week than I normally would. So, that's kind of what it is. And so I have a lot more work to do. Because like even the days that I'm not on here, I'm doing a lot of work. I just call them off-camera work days because of all the other stuff that I'm doing, trying to just, again, get this other book done. And then once the election is over, those will kind of coincide. Then it's going to be all about getting that TYT video done. So it's just off my plate and I don't have to worry about it anymore. And I can get it out there, get my perspective out there about it and just be done with it. Because I want to be done with it. I want to like unfollow Jank and Anna and not pay attention to anything more they say. Oh, hello, Bobby. Let's see. Grand Theft Auto. Whoa, I'm an OG noise. Inflated ego here. We come LOL. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so. Get myself a drink and then maybe we should actually get into the politics now that I've just been yapping for like a half hour. But it's a good thing for a live streamer to just be able to blah, 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 and keep on talking about like a whole bunch of different stuff. Because that's what you don't want to just, tune in to just watch me do nothing. You want to hear me actually say things. That's kind of the point. Let's see. So I just want to make sure that there was nothing else I kind of wanted to touch on before we get into everything. I should probably write this stuff down, but that would require me thinking ahead of time. Just like I wanted to get this docket kind of started yesterday so I wouldn't have to spend like hours today working on it and then sit down and do the live stream. Yeah, that didn't work out. So here I am spending hours today to work on sorting out my dockets before the live stream. I need to get better at that. I really do. Let's see. Yeah. John Davis. Yep. Grand Theft Autobot, since I'm a Transformers fan, I often call myself an OG1. Oh, I like the Transformers. As a kid, I really loved the Transformers. And the first movie, I really like. I don't watch the Transformers movie because I'm looking for cinema. It's the same with the Marvel movies. I'm not looking for cinema. It's just, I want to see things go boom. Big explosions, cities torn apart, like all this stuff that you can only do in the movies, like big destruction and whatnot. And then there's actually some like actuaries, I think they're called, that actually like they'll look at a movie like I think it was the third Transformers where Chicago kind of gets obliterated, and they'll run the numbers like to how much this would cost the economy and property damage and lives and stuff like that. And they would actually like, here's what the reality of this would have been had it actually happened. uh, Grand Theft Auto, have we determined how John is still at TYT? My guess is he's a father of a young child and healthcare needs. That would be my guess. You don't have a lot of the same freedom in the United States as you would here in Canada. Because here in Canada, if you want to quit your job due to principles, you still have health care. And it also depends on intellectual property rights. Because if he leaves, he might have to give up the damage report, which was kind of his project, like his channel and stuff. And he might have to then start from scratch. And starting from scratch, even a well-known name like him, it's not that easy. It's not that easy anymore, especially with the algorithms the way they are and everything. And again, if you have a young child and family needs and medical needs and stuff like that, it's a lot more challenging. That said, I would think that much higher of somebody for quitting out of principles in that situation. uh let's see. But that would be my guess. Anyway, why don't we actually get like into the politics of the day that I have ready? Yes, and it is Easter, so happy Easter for those who celebrate. I don't celebrate it for any particular religious reasons, as I don't celebrate any holiday for a religious reason. I've kind of usurped them into my own kind of beliefs, and so I like to celebrate Easter as like a time of new beginnings, new life. Um, that sort of thing, spring. Um, and it is my favorite candy holiday by far. It is my favorite candy holiday. There's so much stuff that comes around Easter that doesn't come out any other time of year. So if you go to my Amazon wish list, you might be able to find some treats on there that would make me smile that are Easter related. Ah. Let's see. And Grand Theft Auto is just saying he could probably rebrand the Iderola report, but yeah, capitalism landlords have a chokehold on us. And it's not just that, it's like, it's the studio he has there. Like the damage report studio, the behind the camera people, the people editing it, like he's not paying them out of pocket. And so he would be in a situation where if he wants to maintain what he has, to hire people with no guaranteed income at that point, or to start doing everything by yourself. And as I know, as someone who does this all by myself, that is a huge mountain to climb, especially if you have a young child to look after. So it's not that easy because a lot of people will dismiss it saying, oh, he could definitely start his own channel. Where? How? With what equipment? With what staff? Like, it's not just that simple. You'd be saying he needs to basically start his own business like that, which, it's not that doable. And so sometimes, sometimes you have to have a job where you just grin and bear it because you need to pay bills. That is the capitalist world we live in. Okay. So before I get too much, oh, hello, 56 Nick Rich. Have I said hi to everyone in the sandbox? Just let me check. I think I've said hi to everyone in the sandbox. So we should probably just actually, get into the politics. Oh, but Tuesday I have to go to the grocery stores and see if there's any holiday sales on Easter candy. Okay, so last Thursday I covered the English language debate live on my channel with Dan from the internet and Bam. And so I had a couple of Americans join me to cover the Canadian federal leaders debate. And it was interesting. We had some good conversation and I really appreciate those two in particular coming onto my show for that because that meant that that was a really long stream for them because that was right before Dan's Power Report. So then he kind of simulcast them and launched right into that. And so he was doing like an hours longer live stream on his end. So I super appreciate them coming out. But there were some things that happened right after the debate that I wasn't covering because they happened right after the debate and I was not live anymore. And the thing, as with most things, I don't necessarily like covering things live. Like the debate, yeah, sure. But events, I don't necessarily like covering live. And that is simply because I like to see what other kind of information comes out first, so that when I do talk about it, it's more rounded, my coverage, which often means, it doesn't do as great in the algorithms because it's not when all the hype was happening. But then at least I'm able to present something with a lot more substance. And so something that happened right after the debate was what is supposed to happen is a scrum, as they call it, where the reporters get a chance to ask all the leaders questions based on the debate or just questions they have in general about the election. And the scrum after the English language debate was canceled. This is actually very connected to what happened at the French language debate, which happened the previous night. Because at the French language debate, there were a couple reporter journalists in the scrum that are not reporters or journalists. They're right-wing grifter hacks that are registered as third parties, have been denied. There's actual qualifications that you need in this country to be designated a journalist, and Rebel News has not met that every time they've tried applying for it. They are not a journalistic network, because some of the criteria is you have to have a certain percentage of, unique content, like actual journalistic content. And going around as like a TikToker trying to rival up people and then just film the reaction and then claim, oh my God, I'm the victim. That is not journalistic content. you know? Like I would not be qualified as a journalist because what I present to you is analysis of news stories that already exist, other people's journalistic endeavors and stuff. It's not original content, it's original analysis that I'm giving you though. So I wouldn't be able to qualify as a journalist. So I wouldn't be able to say, hey, why aren't you allowing me in the scrums to ask these questions? Because that's just the way the world works. But, the right-wingers really love to play victim. And so they were allowed in the scrum for the French language debate, and they asked a lot of really horrible and transphobic questions. And we'll get to one clip of like, this is how you deal with them. We'll get to that one. But first, let's just start talking about the Post Leaders debate. And I found, let's see. No, that was in their article I was thinking of. So here are some articles about it and also some stuff from Rachel Gilmore, who is a journalist, an independent journalist, and she has some analysis of what happened and stuff that is really helpful to learn everything that's happened. But it's just, again, there's this takeover happening of the right wing. The right wing constantly bullies, the establishment, the mainstream, and they get away with it because the establishment in the mainstream, they don't want the heat. They don't want to be accused of not giving, everyone a fair shot and stuff. And by doing that, they actually take away, a lot of people on the left and their ability to talk, because they want to see reasonable and balanced and all this sort of stuff. So they'll actually refuse to call out, bad faith actors on the right. And they often capitulate and they often cave to what the right wing wants, because the right wing, it's that child, in the daycare that's having the temper tantrum all the time. They're the ones that get noticed. They're the ones that the teacher will go to all the time and soothe and try to coddle and calm and be like, okay, you'll get your extra lollipop so that you're not causing such a fuss and all that sort of stuff. And that's all that they're doing. And it's working because the mainstream media here has no backbone. They have no integrity. They have like no, when I say integrity, they have no principles that they're reporting from. And so when you have no principles, it's very easy to get pushed over because, you're not doing anything from a stance. You're just, this is just a job to them and they don't want to get into trouble. Okay, get yourself comfy, cat. Say hi to everyone. Hi. Yeah. Okay, so let's get into, here we go. From CTV News, Post leaders debate scrums canceled due to security concerns. And the security concerns, like, again, when I was doing the live stream and I heard security concerns, I was actually worried that, there was something really big happening. Maybe there was a bomb threat. Maybe there was people, being aggressive and things of that sort. And it turns out, no, it was none of that. It was none of that. It was some shouting matches because Rebel News was in there. And, some journalists with some integrity were like, you don't belong here. So let's see. The later scrum that had been scheduled for after Thursday's English language debate were canceled due to what sources were told were security concerns. CTV News first reported the development while the debate was underway. Leaders Debate Commission, everyone there kind of needs to be fired. Executive Director Michael Crommier later confirmed it, telling reporters the organizers don't feel they can actually guarantee proper environment for this activity. And that was because, again, some loudmouth right-wing grifter were in there and they were causing a bit of a ruckus. Cormier did not elaborate further or answer questions from journalists. CTV News senior political correspondent Michael Lecourtier said there were Montreal police on scene and other increased security measures in place. Following the commission's decision, Lecourtier said he saw right-wing media personalities arguing with organizers. And so, again, just the mere fact that you have somebody arguing and demanding, suddenly it's like, well, we can't deal with this heat. We need to just shut down everything and deny the people the opportunity to see the leaders scrutinized by reporters. Lecourtier said CTV's Power Play host, Vasi Kapelos, a number of them were seemingly trying to grandstand in the media center, insisting they had the right to ask questions of the politicians and calling the system undemocratic, despite concerns that those same outlets had monopolized the question and answer period after Wednesday's French language debate. So they were just crying. So Ezra Levant was just crying. It's like, how dare you pull my credentials, even though they got into the French language scrums. And because they forced their way in there to ask these really insensitive, very insightful questions, it denied the opportunity for actual journalists to ask questions with actual substance. And then they were basically crying because come the English language debate, they're like, we're not going to fall for that again necessarily. What journalists do is they line up to wait for a question. The English one, French one, Lecourtier explained. A number of those so-called reporters essentially tried to stack the deck and be there in line well ahead of the finish of the debate, so about 20 to 30 minutes ahead of it. There had been criticisms of the commission over the number of questions right-wing outlets were given during Wednesday night's post-debate scrums. In an interview earlier on Thursday, Cormier told Kapelos the debate organizing body accredited the media source to avoid a lawsuit. We lost to Rebel News twice in court, Cormier told Capolosa, head of English language debate. We declined their accreditation requests both in 2019 and 2021. They went to court, and the court said you have no business in deciding what's a journalist, you have to let them in. So we had a back and forth through the lawyers on this, and finally we decided that we couldn't chance another defeat in court, which was just about certain because of the precedent, Cormier also said. Only there has been a ruling, and they're not journalists. NDP leader Jugmeet Singh rescheduled and relocated his own scrum independently, and so on and so forth. So here is Ezra Levant whining on Twitter. How pitiful is the political media establishment in Canada that having to answer a handful of questions from unvetted citizen journalists once every 4 years for a few minutes is enough to terrify them into canceling the whole thing. They're not journalists. They're an advocacy group, as this person is pointing out. They just fundraise off of the videos that they make, stoking hatred and incidences and things of that sort. But unvetted citizen journalists, you can't just allow anyone into these scrums. And for every unvetted citizen journalist that's there, again, you are denying the opportunity for an actual journalist to do their job. Ezra Levant is not there in good faith. He's not there because he wants to ask, questions of substance that the people want. He's there for the clicks. He's there to rile up people, to fundraise off of the victim card playing that he's going to do afterwards. This has nothing to do with actual journalism. And yeah, you cannot have a bunch of unvetted citizen journalists just show up and expect to be allowed into the room. That's not how that is allowed to happen. So here we have Leader Debate Commission just told CBC David Cochrane that it was unaware that Rebel News founder Ezra Levant, accredited at the debate alongside 4 of his employees, is also owner of For Canada, a third-party advertiser registered with Elections Canada. So if you're a third-party advertiser, you're not allowed to be in there as a journalist. Oh. But here we have somebody, Robert Fife, giving a very good breakdown as to what kind of people these are. So I'm trying to do this in such a way that this cat doesn't eat the cord. Okay, yeah, go to that side.
Okay, Bob, I'm going to come to you.
Sorry. This is coming out of my speaker, so this isn't plugged in all the way. And then it will be a very annoying echo when I try to look at this again in the future. Or on my videos. So, there we go.
On this, here's what's going on here. To my left, there's the room there where the media is gathered. It's where they can watch the debates. This is where the scrums are happening with the leaders. There was some sort of an altercation inside there in the last little while involving Ezra Levant, who is the head of Rebel News, and other journalists. Michel Cormier has escorted Ezra Levant out. His credentials, we believe, has been revoked. Earlier in this program, you might have seen sort of some glitchy video playing because we had to go to tape because Mr. Levant and his people came over with cameras rolling and tried to interrupt this broadcast, which is something journalists do to other journalists, I guess. But Bob, this is kind
of... For those of you who don't know Canadian speak, that was sarcasm. Generally speaking, journalists do not go and purposely try to interfere with other journalists while they're doing their job here in Canada.
Kind of what's been going on here. Just your thoughts on
first of all, look, these are not journalists. No. These are right-wing agitators. Yeah. And what they do is they use these kind of activity, stunts and antics to raise money. Mm-hmm. We've seen these people chase down liberal politicians or NDP politicians, screaming in their faces, and then they try to raise money off of it. But when they go to deal with Mr. Poilievre, they're like little puppy dogs. Hello, Mr. Poilievre, very nicely. And it's, it is a disgrace to have these people pretend that they're journalists. We all work for different organizations. Some of ours may have editorials maybe lean to the right or to the left or in the middle. But the journalists themselves conduct themselves honorably and try to be as fair as they possibly can. These are not journalists. These are people who are political partisans who try to raise money off of because of what they're doing with their right-wing antics. That's simple it is.
Yeah.
So a little bit more on that. So Rebel News owner Ezra Levant was mentor to Poilievre, says author. So this was, in all fairness, a long time ago. But this is part of the reason why Poilievre is in favor of these right-wing news organizations, because they're not doing this in good faith. They're not doing this unbiased. They are doing this purposely to prop up Poilievre. The right wing is working together politically and in the media to prop up each other. And you see this all the time on the right when you see, Poilievre going on to the Jordan Peterson show and things of that sort. They're not there to have a nuanced, unbiased, nonpartisan take on things. They're there just to feed the right-wing rhetoric, the right-wing machine. And so here we have conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has documented historic ties to Rebel News owner Ezra Levant, the media personality at the epicenter of a controversy that has engulfed Canada's Leaders Debate Commission. After facing criticism for allowing right-wing media activists to dominate the post-French debate press conference, the commission called Thursday's post-debate question and answer session, citing security concerns. Cancelled. The commission decisions Thursday came amid tensions between Levant, a political activist behind two entities registered with Elections Canada as third-party advocacy groups, and some journalists covering the English debate on site. So we'll get more into this. I have a video from Rachel Gilmore, and she'll get more into that part. So let's scooch down. On the most important night of the most important election, Poilievre's life, Ezra Levant. Okay, yeah. So here he says, Levant said written statement to CBC News that he has not read the person's book who exposed this or spoken to the author, who Levant describes as pushing a political agenda. Unlike Ezra, he's not trying to push a political agenda at all. I haven't had any meaningful dealings with Poilievre in nearly 25 years, Levant said in the statement. Poilievre was a volunteer on my campaign. I myself was still in my 20s. I don't doubt he learned from that campaign, but I don't know what teaching I was doing other than being the candidate and working with the team. So they worked together to get Levant elected. In his book, the author writes that Poilievre became a part of a historically important clique at the University of Calgary and became a large part of the core of the modern conservative movement. This group included people like former Alberta Premier Jason Kennedy, law professor Benjamin Perrine, and journalist Levant. So the thing is that you're never going to see Pierre Poilievre condemning, what these people are doing to disrupt the scrums and things of that sort, or what they do in other antics that they get up to. You do see, Mark Carney and Jugmeet Singh pushing back because, Rebel News, those right-wing media outlets are there to prop up the right wing. And if Pierre Poilievre is going to be their little lapdog, they're going to, give him a lap to sit on. So Poilievre and Levant would end up working closely together, even co-authoring Calgary Herald Co-op in 2002. So again, this was technically speaking a long time ago, but their ties, while they might not be like sitting together and having chummy relationships now, they didn't really go their own way. They're still working together, but just not as directly. And, he's even been on Ezra Levant's show. So Ezra Levant praises Pierre Poilievre when he was guest on his show. So let's give this a quick little listen.
I love how clearly you speak and think. And next time you give a comment like this in Parliament that just infuriates the media party, we got to get you back on the show, because the fact that you speak so bluntly that drives them nuts tells me you're onto something. Thanks for taking the time with us today.
Thanks, Ezra.
I love how...
And for people who can't see the little chyron there, it says liberal white guilt that they're talking about here. Very on brand. And so Pierre Poilievre has been absolutely getting cozy with the right wing. Started right back in the convoy that happened up in Ottawa, where he was, parading with the truckers, walking with them, marching with them, talking with them. He's been, seen in trailers with Diagolon, a very extremist right-wing group whose founding members even threatened to SA his wife, but he was still licking their boots. Like, Poilievre knows where to go to get the attention, and it is his right-wing media, and they're more than happy to prop him up if it means that, their agenda gets to go through. So a little bit more on this is from Rachel Gilmore. So everyone go check out her channel. She does amazing independent news analysis. So I'm just picking up, this is about 3 minutes into this video because she's doing a lot of, daily breakdowns of the campaign and stuff. And so this is where she starts covering all of that shenanigans that happened.
The real news is out of the way. Let's talk about the rebel news of it all. Because last night something happened that I think was a direct sign of how these kinds of personalities in media are an affront to your right to have clear factual information and to have politicians held to account. I know that a lot of journalists don't like to talk about the journalism side of the story or become the story, but actually in cases like this, it's incredibly important because the Canadian public was deprived of an opportunity to hear their political leaders be pressed for their positions on issues by the media because of some absolute clowns. So we all saw the French debate recently where right-wing media absolutely dominated the question and answer period and used it as a chance to just have their diatribes aired on national television, streaming, etc. It was pathetic, gross, and just abuse of these kinds of opportunities that should be geared towards holding politicians to account. But for
Yeah, the mere fact that they were allowed in, they were given a massive platform by the commission that did all of this debate prep and stuff like that. Just a massive, massive platform that reaches people they wouldn't normally have gotten to, because a lot of normies will check out the debate. Sometimes that might be the only thing that they do before they decide who they're going to go out and vote for. And so being able to squirm their way into the scrums and making themselves the center of attention in this, a lot of normies are then exposed to them who wouldn't normally have seen them. And so the commission just handed over this platform to them, while again, denying actual journalists the right to do their job.
those guys, it seemed to be all about themselves. No, seriously, they literally wrote that they vowed to dominate day 2 of the election debates. Because that's definitely what these debates are about, Rebel. It's about you. Anyways, as Jimmy said, they did succeed. One absolutely mind-blowing thing that became apparent on the day of the second debate was that the actual person who's like in charge of organizing and dictating who has access in these debates didn't know that Rebel News was registered as an advocacy group in the election. It had registered as an official third party. Third parties are groups that seek to influence elections but aren't parties or candidates. That is not a media outlet. So
yeah, they should have vetted that. They should have looked a little bit, past the top. Oh, Rebel News, they must be real news. We should let them in. No, you need to actually, look into the people you're allowing into these scrums, allowing to have access to the future prime minister of this country type thing.
Why the hell did they get to dominate the press conference? Anyways, a Hill Times journalist ended up in a confrontation with Ezra Levant, just like a verbal confrontation saying, you aren't journalists, you are registered as a third party in this election. It honestly wasn't that big of a deal. Like, some folks started calling it an altercation, which made it sound like maybe there was a fist fight, but it was literally just like a little shouting match, and then it was over.
Yeah, because that's what I was hearing at the end of my live stream was when I was covering the debate was there was some sort of altercation and stuff like that. And you do tend to think that something a little bit more physical is happening as opposed to people just yelling at each other a little bit. Just back that up slightly.
Sound like maybe there was a fist fight, but it was literally just like a little shouting match, and then it was over.
He has third-party advertising trucks driving around this venue right now.
Anyways, at some point, Ezra Levant's press credentials got revoked. And then we start seeing that the post-debate scrums were canceled. I should also note that earlier, while CBC was live on air, Rebel News tried to go up to them and disturb them with their antics. So they were just like causing all kinds of problems because they aren't there to do journalism. I mean, look at this dork. This is David Menzies, who's going around shining his flashlight right in people's faces, recording them. And then whenever anyone shoved him away, he started screaming and yelling and ran to the cops. Like, what?
He does this all the time with different sorts of politicians where he'll chase them down, he'll harass them, but he'll keep just a little bit of distance from them. So as soon as like their bodyguard comes in and moves them or touches them, all of a sudden it's like, oh no, they're being aggressive, they're manhandling me, they're abusing me, they're doing all and he'll cry such a storm. And then immediately there'll be up on their webpage, up on their Twitter accounts, help fund money for our court case against this abuse of power and stuff of that sort. Like, they already have them pre-made. Like, they're ready to go up like that. Because that's all they're trying to do is get these scenes to make themselves look like the victim so that they can raise money off of it.
What a nerd. Anyways, the end result of all of that chaos caused by Rebel News and their grifter pals was that the press conferences got canceled. Which is really annoying because it was the only press conference that we've seen in this election campaign where Pierre Poilievre had to take follow-ups. Initially, the debates committee.
Interesting how that happened. So this is the only one where Pierre would have had to take follow-ups because I've covered it in my show before on my live streams that Pierre has greatly restricted the media, like only allowing 4 questions, keeping the media far, far away so they can't even ask questions. And then one reporter tried to shout a question out to him and he said that she was just a protester, not an actual journalist. Like, he's doing all these things, but at this scrum, he wouldn't have been able to avoid it. So now the person he called his mentor way back when has done so many antics. This one time where he would have been held accountable, suddenly it gets canceled because of that? Again, funny how that seems to work out sometimes.
Commission was saying that this was because of security concerns, and then that they were worried they would not be able to guarantee a proper environment for the question and answer period. And while they didn't outright say it, Global News' Mercedes Stevenson reported a source with direct knowledge of the situation said that the Debates Commission's decision to cancel the scrums was related to Rebel and Rebel staff trying to interrupt and get on air during a CBC broadcast. So clearly, based on this reporting, Rebel News' antics meant that we didn't get a press conference. And that decision is once again on the Leaders Debates Commission. Because rather than have a backbone and actually kick out these right-wing grifters, they would rather just cancel the whole thing to avoid those uncomfortable questions, I guess. I don't know. It's so chicken shit to me. We live in an era where bad faith actors are increasingly adept at taking advantage of situations where institutions don't have backbones because they're afraid of people screaming that they're biased or unfair or in some ways haven't sufficiently both sides to situation. That is something our institutions have to learn to reckon with. But until they grow a backbone, we are going to keep having situations like this where all of us, our democracy, our society, pay the price so that a few losers can get a viral moment. I mean, Jesus Christ. That is it for your Election Day Roundup.
And she actually lost a job because of right-wing trolls going after the news network, saying all these horrendous things. And CTV, instead of, again, having a backbone and actually sticking up and defending her, sticking up for and defending her, they said, okay, no, we don't want to deal with the heat. So I know it's difficult out there for female journalists to get a foothold in things and whatnot, but hey, you know what? We're guilty of doing that. We're guilty of denying women the same opportunities and chances because we're too, as Rachel would say, chicken shit to stand up on our own and stand up and push back against these obvious grifters who are just, you know, trying to prevent actual journalism from happening. And it's always coming from one side. It's always the right wing trying to dismantle our media, trying to get them to back down, to capitulate, trying to, you know, demand that unless they're on stage with them, they're not doing full unbiased coverage and all this sort of stuff. Where is the left? You know, where's the left doing these same tactics, doing these same antics? It'd be kind of nice, you know, sometimes, you know, fight fire with fire type thing. Because I would love to see more progressive people get into these scrums to ask some hard-hitting questions. Like, I do appreciate that in both the French and English debates, Jugmeet Singh directly asked Mark Carney, like, why are you not calling what's happening in Gaza a genocide? That was good. We need to see reporters who are willing to also do that, but reporters don't want to politicize the genocide that's going on. So they're afraid to ask those questions, but we need people in, like, journalists that will go in and ask those left, you know, progressive questions like, why aren't you pushing for, you know, social housing? Why are you giving capitalists more money this way? Why are you not calling what is, you know, a genocide because you're afraid that some right wingers might get upset with you? We need more of that. And Jugmeet, during the scrum that did happen, the French one, although this question is in English, this is how you deal with it. This is how he did a very good job here. You know, credit to Jugmeet Singh on this one. So here we go.
Rebel News. Your party, Singh, Drea Humphrey with Rebel News. Your party takes great pride in standing against hate such as white supremacy, Islamophobia, and
Sorry, I didn't get your outlet.
Drea Humphrey with Rebel News.
Okay.
Your party.
You know where I'm going to go with this, though, right?
Can I speak?
Yeah, you can. I'm just going to say you know where I'm going to go with it, though.
Your party takes pride in standing against hate such as white supremacy, Islamophobia, and online hate speech. Yet you stay silent about ongoing attacks against Christians, even after conservative MP Jamil Javani's order paper question revealed that over 200 churches have been.
Jamil Javani, somebody who I've featured on my channel. Here's the thing. If you're featured on my channel, a politician that is, it's either because you've done something really good or really bad, and he falls into the really bad category all the time. He is a Christian nationalist that was whining that, you know, Christians were under attack and, you know, they couldn't have up their Christian symbols around Christmas, and he was doing this in Parliament, standing in front of a Christmas tree. Yeah, and they always go to all these church burnings and things of that sort, and there's some nuanced takes with those church burnings, and you know, there's also lots of Islamophobic attacks, lots of anti-Semitic attacks, lots of anti-queer attacks. There's a lot of hatred in this country, and the whole issues around that needs to be tackled, but the most privileged group trying to claim victim in this one, that the rights of Christians are being taken away in this country, whereas a lot of other people's rights are being taken away because of these nationalist right-wing Christian values. But they try to do that in the sense of, you know, if you allow other people to have abortions, you're trampling over my rights as a Christian, is kind of how they like to play those ones. You know, if you allow other people to have, you know, different types of pronouns, then you're trampling over my religious rights as a Christian, is how they like to play the victim on that one. But we'll get back to this.
Targeted by arson and vandalism since claims of remains being discovered at former residential schools swept the nation in 2021. These claims have been disproven by bands that excavated and remain unproven by those that have not. Will you condemn the rise in acts of hate against Christians today and explain what your party will do moving forward to keep Christians safe from hate in Canada?
Again, thank you, but I'm not going to respond to an organization that promotes misinformation and disinformation like Rebel News. So no, I'm not going to respond to your question.
Please keep the questions and answers short.
That's how you do it. That is how you don't try to say, oh, this isn't, that isn't the place for the nuanced conversation. You just say, I'm not going to respond to an outlet that isn't here for basically good faith journalism. You're just a disinformation, misinformation, and I'm not going to respond to a bad faith question like that. That's all you need to do. That is all you need to do. That was a great response. I won't listen to it again.
Christians safe from hate in Canada.
Again, thank you, but I'm not going to respond to an organization that promotes misinformation and disinformation like Rebel News. So no, I'm not going to respond to your question.
Please keep the question.
That is how you do it. That is how you do it. You don't try to justify, you don't try to give them any sort of credit. You just, treat them as the bad faith grifters that they are. Okay, so with that, why don't we get into the sandbox? I've seen a lot of other people have jumped into it. Let's see. And then I'm also just trying to see what docket am I doing next. Not that one. I want to make sure that I get the next docket ready that I wanted to go into, which was more federal politics stuff. There we go, that one. Nope. So annoying. This, it doesn't necessarily bring up the screen when I click on, you know how you have the bottom bar, and if you have like multiple windows open, you hover over it and it shows all the windows, but then when you click on it, sometimes it doesn't come up and it's really frustrating. But I have it there. Okay, so it's ready to go. But first, let's check the sandbox. Let's see. Jet, can we trade in capitalism for something else now? Yeah, we need a revolution. There was the Humus report. Mike, he made a good video about how some Chinese folks on TikTok are really dismantling what's happening between China and the USA. And one of the Chinese people was saying, you don't need tariffs, you need a revolution. And it's like, yeah, and just saying how their country has benefited because, they still live in a capitalist system, but the money tends to also go back to the people to help reinvest in their infrastructure and housing and things of that sort. Whereas here in North America, it's the capitalist system, but then all the excess money just keeps on going into the pockets of the ultra wealthy and rich and never gets trickled back down to us. So the standard of living and life expectancy and stuff in China is actually much, much higher than in the United States, and I would argue here in Canada. Life expectancy might be similar, just given that we have universal healthcare here. But there was over 80,000 people unhoused living in tent encampments in Ontario last year. They have much better housing programs in China. Like all countries, they have issues. But there is no such thing as a perfect country. There's no such thing as a country that doesn't, do something wrong. And that's why I always say there's no such thing as the best country in the world, because there is no best. There is no best. There's no country that you can just look at and be like, nailed it. They got it. They know how to do everything. No such thing. Bozed says, oh yeah, thank you, Sandy. You introduced me to Dan and Bam, who were great, and I'm new sub to them too now. Oh, great. Yes, I love having them on my channel. I've been on his show a bunch of times, but I've had both Dan and Bam separately on my channel. And it's great talking to them. And people talking about my kitty cat. Let's see. 56 Nick Rich. Dump shitter now. Twitter is still my go-to, unfortunately. It's where my biggest networks are. It's where a lot of the reporters that I know of still are. It's where I still get all of the main articles and stuff. Stuff that I don't see on Blue Sky yet. Also, there are certain people who don't follow me on Blue Sky that follow me here, which I kind of really like. Yes, I'm talking about Sam and Emma. They don't follow me on Blue Sky in the Majority Report, but they follow me on Twitter. I have that connection on Twitter. Bozette, by the way, blue shirt, blue earphones, blue earrings, blue finger rings, bluish eyeshadow, and obvious blue earrings, necklace, blue mic. Even we noticed Sandy. We blue is my favorite color. But I generally try to match my makeup to the outfit I'm wearing. So I'm wearing a blue shirt, therefore I'm wearing bluish eyeshadow and have bluish jewelry on. But I don't change the color of the mic depending on my outfit. And I've actually been wanting to get a different pair of headphones because the blue headphones are a bit noticeable. Just want to get a standard pair of black ones at some point. Well, actually, there's some Bluetooth ones on my Amazon wish list that I want that I can just put over my ears and there's no cord. So then that way I can have Abernathy on my lap and not be worried about him chewing through the cord as I'm trying to do the show. Let's see. Hello, Nadia Vet Chambers, the very first member to my channel. Welcome to the Sandbox. Let's see. Mozart, welcome. Says moral courage is almost dead. Miss Man, if you're afraid of your job, then that shouldn't be your job. And also, welcome to the Sandbox. I think I've seen everyone's name. Nadia, thank you so much for the super chat. Christianity is a little more than anti-LGBT misogynistic hate group. The swastika's real name was Hakanzuri because it was always a Christian cross. Yeah, I'm not against people, as I always say, believing in a religion. If you believe in a God, great. I don't believe in a God. I don't believe in like any sort of creationism type thing. But I do believe in a soul, spirit of sorts, reincarnation type thing. But I don't believe that there's a God out there looking over us, controlling it, and all that sort of stuff. I have issues with religious institutes. So the church of all faiths, any faith, any sort of church worship, or like any sort of that I have issues with because they've all been used for very horrendous reasons as justification to enforce their wills and their values, their wants on other people. And some of the worst abuses in this world have been because of these institutions, not the individual. Like, again, people who want to believe in God, great. If you even read the Bible and you want to believe in parts of the Bible, that's great. It's the institutions that are so destructive in my mind, in my eye, that have caused just massive amounts of global harm. And the thing is that it was just used as the justification. It was people who wanted to do this stuff anyway, but is doing it under the guise of this God. Therefore, it's not really their fault that they're committing a genocide or, the Crusades or something of that sort, or persecuting all these other people that they didn't want around. They're just doing it in the name of God to lose some sort of, like, they're not holding themselves accountable for their horrendous actions that way. So that's kind of where I am on religion. I also had Tim from the New Evangelicals on my channel to talk about religion, because he is very much grew up as a Christian nationalist, but Trump kind of awakened him to like, wait a sec, what we preach and what we practice seem to be two different things. And so he's very, very progressive, but still very, very God believing. So that's also a very interesting channel to check out if you also very much believe in a God still, a Christian God, and you want to still hear about politics from a progressive perspective. That's a very great channel to go to, is the New Evangelicals for that. Oh, and somebody else just mentioning JD Vance, who is Jamal Jamani's very good friend. Mozart, Sandy, you look good in blue. Why? Thank you. The Claire Kellyist need to be more specific than just asking for change. I mean, feudalism would be change. I mean, if we're wishing using a monkey's paw. And 56 Words saying utopia is just an idea. Oh, we definitely need change, and I have visions of what that change would look like in my head. You know, far more socialized housing, a basic income that doesn't just go into the pockets of corporations and landlords and stuff of that sort. So far more socialized programs. You know, guaranteed access to proper nutrition and food and education and comprehensive health care and all that sort of stuff. That's the world that I believe in. There'll be no billionaires because they'd be taxed so heavily that that they don't get to just, you know, hoard all the wealth up at top while people are literally starving and dying on the streets. Like, there's just something fundamentally wrong when you have a few people holding on to life-saving wealth for no gain in, like, it doesn't improve the quality of their life. As I've said before, some of these all these billionaires, you could take away, like, just take it away 90% of their wealth, and their standard of living wouldn't change at all. They would still have access to everything they currently have access to if you take away 90% of their wealth. But if you were to redistribute that to people at the lowest income brackets, that is life-altering, life-saving change for them. So yeah, I no billionaires. No 100 millionaires even. Let's see. Carrie Woods, welcome to the Sandbox. So glad to have caught the stream today. I'm very behind lately, making a lot of cakes lately. Also part of protests in my town. Ooh, nice. Been to 4 protests within a month and did a friend's wedding. Sounds busy, but good on you for getting out to those. Oops. Mozart, Andy Kindler followed me on Twitter, and when he followed me to Blue Sky, he followed me there too. Sorry, I'm just really proud of that. You're welcome. I'm the one that got Andy Kindler onto Blue Sky. Really, I am. That was back when you still needed a code from somebody who was on Blue Sky in order to get onto Blue Sky. And I was mutual with Andy on Twitter, because way back when, I got a cameo from Andy to tell Sam Cedar to come onto my show. And so we had that connection. And so I gave him a code to get onto Blue Sky. I'm the reason he got on there so soon. You're welcome. Pretty much by that point, all the other people that I wanted to give the code to so I could feel like, yay, I did this for you, they had already gotten a code. And so I was just kind of going, oh, Andy doesn't have one yet. I'll give it to him. I still have that cameo video up on my channel for those who are interested. Let's see. Lots of interesting languages going on. uh, 56 next bridge. Nobody needs $1 billion, so tack billionaires into oblivion. I concur. Nadia Chambers, the system of private enterprise must go. Okay. So let's get more into what is my next docket? Right. More federal politics stuff. As in, we're in some big trouble if Pierre Poilievre gets into power. And again, I can't stress this enough, how much we live in our own algorithm universes here. Don't trust the polling. And that has been some signs that conservatives will put up because the polling is suggesting that Mark Carney is going to win. And they want to kind of maybe use that as like, oh, there's some election shenanigans going on if Mark Carney wins. Don't trust the polling. The polling's lying to you. But the thing is I don't think it's lying to you. I just think it could be very wrong and that it's not necessarily accurate and that if you rely too much on it, it only leads to problems. Like I want polling to be banned during an election season because all it does is suppress the vote in one way or another. Some people think, well, there's no point in me voting because this other person's going to get in anyway, or there's no point in me voting because this person will get in. Like that's pretty much how it is. You need to vote with the assumption that there is no safe riding and that every riding is flippable. Because right now, the polling is suggesting that Mark Carney is going to sweep it. I would like that to be the case, not because I like Mark Carney, I just like him better than Pierre Poilievre. Ideally, yeah, sure, I want Jugmeet Singh to be prime minister. That's not going to happen, though. You don't need polling to know that one. But I'd much rather Mark Carney than Pierre Poilievre. And right now, that's where the polling is suggesting. But I'm just worried that it's making people complicit. And I still worry that there's a chance, a very good chance, that the conservatives will win because we're not on the ground. We don't see all the different perspectives. And the right wingers, the hardcore right wingers with the now fuck Carney flags that are available, they vote. They go out and vote. Whereas a lot of people in the center and even a lot of progressives are like, I don't agree with the system, so I'm not going to go out and vote. Which means the conservatives will win. And so I'm worried about that because we're going to start losing our rights as Canadians if Pierre Poilievre gets into power. And there's this very good article that goes into a lot of detail that we will be going over, video clips included in this, that paints a very good picture of where we might be going should Pierre Poilievre get into power. So in Canada, there's this really stupid thing called the Notwithstanding Clause, Section 33 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, where it allows the prime minister or premiers of provinces to override people's rights protected in the charter. Like literally it is there. So you know how Donald Trump right now is just ignoring the Supreme Court and doing what he wants? Well, here you don't have to just ignore it. You could just, get the notwithstanding clause and then override it for real. It's taking it further than just ignoring it. It's giving the politicians the actual ability to override people's rights. And it was basically put in there so that Quebec could get rid of people's rights when it comes to language and, their identity and things of that sort, because they're very, they're very hardcore with that sort of thing. And so far, the only things that it has been used for is to take away people's right to strike, take away protections for trans children in Saskatchewan. Like all the things that it's getting used for is very harmful and detrimental to a lot of people. And it's usually one side that is using it. And now that it's been kind of, the wheels have been greased with it on a provincial level, it's getting used more and more and more. And now it's like, well, if I just don't like this ruling of this court, I'm just going to use the notwithstanding clause to get the way that I want as the leader of the province or something. They're supposed to be separate for a reason, the judicial and the legislative, so that politicians don't have supreme power. That there's a reason why they're separate. And to just start overriding things such as forcing teachers to out the trans children in their classrooms, to force people back to work, it's a disgusting use of it. And it's a very petty use of it, of them just crying that they're not getting their own way, and so that they're going to use this clause. And so the clause is in effect for 5 years after they use it. And the idea is after 5 years, there's going to have been an election, so maybe a new government, and then they can strike it down or whatever. Or just not re-add it or re-up it. But there's no way to fight back against it once it happens, because this is above the court. So there's nothing you can do once it's actually been enacted. And Pierre Poilievre has never been used on a federal level before, but Pierre Poilievre has been indicating quite strongly that he's going to use it because he doesn't like the way that the courts are ruling in certain areas. You know, he doesn't like the fact that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is protecting our rights. And generally speaking, the courts, the Supreme Courts here in Canada, they do a fairly decent job of ruling when it comes to aligning with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Sometimes, though, the federal, so quite often the court has ruled like certain Indigenous groups deserve reparations for certain things, and they deserve this billions of dollars of payment. And so then what would happen is the federal court would just appeal it, or then just not pay it or something of that sort. They'd go the ignoring route. But Pierre Poilievre has started to say that he will use it for bail reform, which for many, many reasons is just wrong and also not needed, because he's using the most extreme example that he can think of, this horrifying scenario of like multi-murderers. But how many of these multi-murderers go to jail and then just are granted parole as soon as it becomes an option? You know, after 25 years, they can apply for parole. It doesn't mean they're going to get it. But he wants to override people's rights. And again, it starts with these extreme examples, but the language is vague. Pierre says he's just going to use it for crime. Well, who gets to determine what crime is and what kind of crime deserves to have people's rights taken away? So let's get into it. So this is from CTV News, but this is not from that network. This is from Joe Lofaro. And so you can see this article in multiple news networks. And the first video is not important. It's from CTV News about the election, but then there's other more relevant clips as we go along. So here, the Conservative Party's promise to bypass a landmark Supreme Court of Canada ruling to impose consecutive life sentences on mass murders would undermine Canada's rule of law, two constitutional lawyers say. During a campaign announcement in Montreal on Monday, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre announced another part of his tough on crime agenda that included the proposal to use the Notwithstanding clause to reintroduce a 2011 law from the previous Stephen Harper government that allowed judges to impose consecutive periods of parole ineligibility in cases of mass murders rather than imposing them concurrently, because someone who takes multiple lives should be held accountable for each one. They get into it here, but it's like you hear those sentences in the United States like, oh, they've been sentenced to 150 years. What is the point in saying that? What's the point in doing that? Nobody's going to live that long. Like, to just say it is just more for sensibility's sake, to make it seem like it's a harsher punishment. But, you know, if you are 50 and you're sentenced to 50 years, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter between that or, oh, this was so bad, we're going to sentence you to 180 years. There's no difference in the outcome there. And it's the same, like if you just keep on imposing all these consecutive terms, after a while, it doesn't change the outcome of this situation. So, however, Canada's highest court has already ruled the previous law was unconstitutional and struck it down. In a unanimous decision in 2022, the Supreme Court ruled that stacking life sentences on top of each other are intrinsically incompatible with human dignity because of their degrading nature, as they deny offenders any moral autonomy by depriving them in advance and definitively of any possibility of reintegration into society. So basically the idea kind of is, if you put somebody away in prison and there's absolutely no possibility of parole forever and ever and ever and ever, why would they then want to improve on themselves, to maybe come to some sort of moral terms with what they've done, to, you know, restorative justice type thing, to overcome what it was that caused them to be those horrible people in the first place, or to do anything that, you know, it gives them no hope of ever seeing a different life. And, you know, some committing mass murder is definitely wrong, especially some of these people who've done it for very horrific reasons. But to deny people of any possibility of rehabilitation from the get-go, you might as well be executing them. And so here's the first clip from Pierre Poilievre.
The question was, will you use it for other things? And the answer is, we will only use Section 33 to fight crime.
Who defines what crime is? Suddenly it's like, oh, how many times have we heard, you know, drag time story readers or something like that they're criminals for doing what they do, or that there are doctors who are criminals for doing gender affirming care. How many times have we heard that? So who gets to define what crime is in these scenarios?
We will only use it to end the liberal crime wave, which they have unleashed with catch and release hug-a-thug laws.
We're going to get into this. There is no crime wave.
We will reverse all of those laws, and we will bring in the biggest crime crackdown in Canadian history to protect the constitutional charter rights of Canadians to life, liberty, and security of the person.
The Notwithstanding clause overrides that.
Merci. On passe à la dernière question.
I should just say one last thing, because after the lost Liberal decade of skyrocketing crime and costs of living, we cannot afford a fourth term.
Yeah, and cost of living has been skyrocketing, but that was starting under the Conservatives anyway. So Julius Gray, a constitutional lawyer based in Montreal, called Conservative Party's proposal an assault on our most important achievements in the Charter, which balances the right of society and those of the offender. The fact that by taking away the Charter, by making everything notwithstanding the Charter, you're basically going back to a Canada which does not respect these fundamental rights, he told CTV News. He also expressed a concern about yet another lawmaker turning to the Notwithstanding Clause, also known as Section 33 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, to pass a law which premiers of Quebec and Ontario have done in recent years. Section 33 allows for overriding of the Charter rights. What started as a trickle has now become a torrent, Gray said.
But the worst thing about this is the proliferation of the Notwithstanding clause. And Mr. Poilievre is being demagogic. He's obviously somewhat behind in the polls today, and he's looking for some issue that's going to make him popular. And I hope Canadians realize that it's not the criminal law issue, it's the charter issue. The fact that by taking away the charter, by making everything notwithstanding the charter, you're basically going back to a Canada which does not respect these fundamental rights. The notwithstanding clause has become an ordinary clause that governments seem to want to invoke these days. They're basically doing away with the charter. I think the guilty government is Mr. Legault's government, which uses it for anything that is remotely connected with Quebec's nationalist or secularist agenda. But Mr. Ford used it, and other governments now want to use it. What has started as a little trickle, very rarely, Mr. Bourassa used it once and so on, has now become a torrent. There is a good reason why the Supreme Court said you can't pile up sentences, and the reason is that there should almost never be somebody who can have no hope whatsoever. Well, let's understand each other. There's some people who are unlikely to get out. Paul Bernardo will never get out, I don't think, unless something drastic occurs.
For those who don't know who Paul Bernardo is, some of the worst cases of murder in this country, multiple murders. I don't recommend you Google it. It's a horrific, horrific story that happened here a long time ago. But if you are curious, I'm sure there's a Wikipedia page on it. Absolutely horrific what he did. And yeah, the chance of parole is there. It doesn't mean he's going to get it. Like this guy says, he's probably never going to be let out of prison. And so because you have these extreme cases that Pierre Poilievre is saying, well, these people should never have the chance to get out on jail, then you're also restricting those rights from people who maybe can be rehabilitated, people who maybe have committed multiple murders, they were part of a gang or something of that sort, who can be rehabilitated and put back into society. So you're also denying those people that right. So you use the most extreme examples that there are to remove the rights of, this entire umbrella worth of people. And it's a very, as they're saying, slippery slope. And it just starts with a couple, and that just greases the wheels, and it keeps on going faster and faster and faster. And before you know it, the notwithstanding clause is just going to be used at the drop of the hat for whatever, generally speaking, the Conservative government wants to do when it comes to taking away our rights.
In his reform. But there should nevertheless be, at least theoretically, a possibility of somebody getting out, of something that a person may look forward to, even as a remote possibility. So there's a very good reason for not piling up sentences. I always ask myself, I remember some of the American cases, people were sentenced to a total of 150 years. Now, there is, of course, plenty of evidence saying that 125 is about the outside remotely conceivable that a single human being can live. So what's the point of sentencing somebody to 150 years? But the worst thing about this is the proliferation of the notwithstanding clause. And I hope Canadians realize that it's not the criminal law issue, it's the charter issue. The fact that by taking away the charter, by making everything notwithstanding the charter, you're basically going back to a Canada which does not respect these fundamental rights.
So and back to the article, in his announcement in Montreal, Poilievre vowed to end the discounts handed to mass murderers like Alexandra Bissonnette, who murdered 6 people at Quebec City Mosque in 2017, and Justin Broke, who gunned down 3 RCMP officers in New Brunswick in 2014. For them, a life sentence should mean what it says, a life sentence. They should come out in a box. Again, at that point, why not just simply execute them? Also, Alexandra Bissonnette, most likely, not going to be getting out of jail. Again, just because the possibility of parole is there doesn't mean that they're going to get it. And just this very morbid, dark sense of they should go away and die without any sense of like rehabilitation, restorative justice, anything of that sort. No. If people have done horrible things, and again, these are the extreme cases, but then suddenly it's going to be the not so extreme cases that also get enveloped in this. Look at what's happening in the States right now with these gang members. So if you're part of a gang, then suddenly those are the extreme examples. So there was once one undocumented immigrant from El Salvador who did this horrific crime. Now everyone from El Salvador is being lumped into that same thing and being, charged and convicted by the actions of one person from their group. This isn't how, criminal law should be dealt with. I believe in restorative justice. I believe in rehabilitation. And the idea that we just send people away to prison to die outside of the public view is very primitive to me. That said, some of these people, probably should never be allowed back into society again. But to just punish for the sake of punishing, this punitive system, it doesn't serve the greater good. It doesn't help society to just hurt people for the sake of hurting them. So Poilievre says, we will do this using Parliament's legitimate constitutional authority under the Charters of Rights and Freedoms. They always find, the loopholes. It's like, yes, it is legitimate, but this isn't legitimate use of it. This wasn't, what the clause was meant to be used for. It was meant to take away people's language and cultural rights in Quebec. Still not good. So Parliament's legitimate constitutional authority under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that allow Parliament to act to protect the Charters of Rights of Canadians. No federal government has ever used the Notwithstanding clause to pass a law. On May 27, 2022, the Supreme Court ruled that Bissonnette would be eligible for parole after 25 years. Relying on the 2011 law that was in effect at the time, the judge sentenced the convicted killer to life in prison with no chance of parole for 40 years, though the maximum period of parole ineligible. I said that word right earlier in the article, so just go back, re-listen to it, and then come back here, was technically 150 years. On appeal, the Supreme Court ruled that although Bissonnette's crime were heinous and left deep scars in the Muslim community, 40 years was cruel and unusual punishment. Trying to reverse such a ruling from Canada's highest court using the Notwithstanding clause sets a dangerous precedent, according to Gray. I still think that it's used in this way. It is used as a general measure as something that can be done if you're not happy with the court. The destruction of fundamental rights, Gray says. Frédéric Biard, a law professor at the University of Montreal, is also concerned with the way the clause is being used and says there's no stopping future federal governments from using it to change laws on anything from LGBT equality, rights, and abortion. I'm a bit concerned, frankly, and I hope that citizens will be concerned as well, because there's no democracy that is built on the real and strong rule of law. If it's so easy for politicians to reverse decisions from the Supreme Court, then we're going to have big problems, Berard told CTV News. So we'll listen to this one.
I'm very concerned because the Supreme Court was pretty clear that this kind of proposal, this kind of bill was unconstitutional. So that means that Pierre Poilievre saying, yes, I'm going to reintroduce a bill that does not respect the Canadian Charter of Rights. That's okay. That's cool. He has the right to do that as of now. But the thing is, if this works, politically speaking, can we consider that, can we guess that Poilievre would be inclined to propose new bills using, again, the Notwithstanding clause for other issues, like, for instance, maybe restraining abortion, maybe restraining other criminal, other individual protection in terms of criminal matters? Can it be in terms of equality for?
Also, I can't remember if we get back to it, but just on the issue of abortion, Pierre Poilievre has says that, oh, he'll never restrict a person's right, a woman's right for an abortion and things of that sort. On paper, people in Canada have a right to an abortion. In practice, that is not the case because it all depends on clinics and being defunded. And so something that Pierre Poilievre could also do is start putting different restrictions and loops that people need to jump through in order to get one and for clinics to be able to perform them. And so there are ways of preventing people from getting abortions without actually on paper saying that we have no access to it. So we have the right to get one. That's if you can access it. It's not necessarily easily obtainable if needed, which is problematic. So it should be not only do we have the right, but we have the right to access it easily because, you know, it's kind of time sensitive.
The LGBTQ community, for instance,
back that up
and such for the LGBTQ abortion, maybe restraining other criminal, other individual protection in terms of criminal matters. Can it be in terms of equality for the LGBTQ community, for instance? And such and such and such. In other words, what I'm saying is that when a politician feels comfortable using the notwithstanding clause, despite a clear decision from the Supreme Court, it means that it could be like a trend. And maybe we should be very, very careful about that. I'm a bit concerned, frankly, and I guess and I hope that citizens will be concerned as well, because there's no democracy that is not built on a real and strong rule of law. If it's so easy for politicians to reverse a decision from Supreme Court, then we're going to have, you know, big problems. Invoking that clause is now a trend for populist politicians in order to gain some momentum, politically speaking, right? And to increase their voting in terms of surveys, saying, I'm the one in charge. And to do that, don't worry, I'm going to suspend the rights of those bad people because I'm protecting you. And this is the problem right now. When the notwithstanding clause was entrenched in the Charter of Rights, people thought that there will be like a political prize to pay for the politician who invoke the said notwithstanding clause. Now it's the opposite. You invoke it to gain some political momentum, which is quite a problem because we're living in a populist movement right now and in populist tendencies. So this is why I'm very, very concerned about it, and hopefully the Supreme Court will restrict the easiness to use the notwithstanding clause as we speak.
It would be nice, because yeah, there's this idea of like, oh, if they start taking away your rights, that's when people are going to start pushing back. But it's like, no. The notwithstanding clause has been used bunches of times. Like in Saskatchewan, Scott Moe used it to, again, force teachers to out trans children who didn't feel safe going out to their parents and things of that sort, or force the teachers to then misgender them. Where's the backlash? He got reelected after that. You know, that there wasn't backlash for taking away people's rights because, again, they start using the most extreme cases. And so, you know, a lot of people, conservative right-wingers, might agree with Scott Moe on this one. So then there's not that pushback. But you start chipping away at people's rights here, and eventually, you know, it's like a dam. You just keep on chipping away. But then once the water starts coming through, the whole dam collapses. You know, we can't protect all of our rights if we're not protecting, you know, all of our rights will not be protected if we're not protecting all of them. If that makes any sense, that doesn't make any sense. But you know what I'm trying to say? It is an all or nothing. We protect all rights or all rights are not safe. is, I think, what I was trying to say. Yeah, that sounds better. So we either protect all people's rights or any right is not safe. You know what I'm trying to say, and it's very insightful and meaningful, and you're going to quote me from years from now, but do it in such a way it sounds a lot better than what I just said. Anyway, so he says he expects Supreme Court will render a decision next year on the preemptive use of the Notwithstanding clause. Both Gray and Berard are part of a separate legal challenges against two Quebec bills, Bill 96 and Bill 21, which were passed by François Legault government with the preemptive use of Section 33 of the Charter. Poilievre didn't rule out using the Notwithstanding clause to shield other laws, but only to fight crime. Emmett McFarland, a professor of political science at University of Waterloo and author of Governing from the Bench, the Supreme Court of Canada and Judicial Role, also weighed in on the Conservative leader's announcement. The fact that Bissonnette and other multiple murderers are deeply unlikely to ever see life out of prison, Poilievre is promising to use a nuclear option to overrule a Supreme Court decision, not because of any real policy problem, but for crass symbolism, he wrote in a post on Blue Sky. Constitutional experts have warned that several of the Conservatives' proposed criminal justice reforms would violate the Charter, including the pledge to impose mandatory life sentences on people convicted of fentanyl trafficking or gun smuggling. So again, it's not just multiple murderers that Poilievre would want to use this on. It's also people who, traffic fentanyl or people or something of that sort. Well, then again, it keeps on getting expanded and expanded and expanded. And what crime is suddenly a lot more of, what's the term when you can use it for anything? There's a term in my head for this, which I cannot think. It becomes a thingamabobajiggerig. That's what it becomes. An all-encompassing term, I think is what I was going for. Yeah, it becomes an all-encompassing term for what you want to use it for. So, meanwhile, Liberal leader Mark Carney says Poilievre's plan to use a Notwithstanding clause as part of his tough on crime plan is a dangerous step. And keep in mind that Poilievre also wants to do the 3 strikes you're out. So, you do 3 crimes and now you're locked away for life again. He just wants to keep on locking away people for life. Like, that's it. He doesn't want to work on rehabilitation. He doesn't want to work on the root causes as to why people are turning to crime in the first place. He just wants to lock them up away from society and our for-profit prison system to gain some bucks. Because it's publicly funded for-profit systems we have. So Mark Carney says politicizing certain issues with respect to fundamental rights is a slippery slope that leads to further politicization, Carney said, adding that the Prime Minister's job is to defend the charters of rights and freedoms. Instead of overruling them. Carney has said his Liberal government would intervene in a legal challenge on Quebec's Bill 96 if it reaches the Supreme Court because he does not agree with the preemptive use of the Notwithstanding clause. When asked to comment on Poilievre's announcement, NDP leader Jugmeet Singh said the Notwithstanding clause should not be used to override charter rights and express confidence in the justice system's ability to punish offenders. And so here's a little TikTok from Steve Boots to just kind of explain. So is crime so extreme in this country, just gotten so out of control to the point where it's like, we must go nuclear? We must use the Notwithstanding clause to throw people away into jail for the rest of their lives because crime is just so out of hand here in Canada. And Steve Boots, he looked up some charts. Okay, none of you guys are going to be surprised by what he sees. We all know where this is going.
The threat of crime is now an everyday fact of life. It wasn't like this before. Canadians used to walk their streets in safety and tranquility.
Gonna dig up the police reported crime rate and crime severity indices. Canada is actually substantially safer than it has been through history. We are more or less the safest that we've ever been. 1998, the crime severity index was 118. Now it is 80.5. The statistics do not bear it out. Police reported crime rates are significantly down from the 90s and the 80s. Police reported crime rates are steady. It's not a thing. Like, you can think, oh, crime everywhere, but like, guys, facts.
Small Northern Ontario towns, many did not even bother to lock their doors.
There's a reason why northern towns don't lock their doors. There's an actual reason, and that's called polar bears. So there are some towns where they don't lock doors, so that if you're out and walking and you come across a polar bear, you can run into the nearest building.
Because it was so safe. But starting 10 years
They weren't locking their doors because it wasn't safe.
ago, the Liberal government began adopting catch and release policies, like C5 that allows repeat offenders to do their sentence.
5,232 total crimes committed in 2015. We have an increase of 600-ish total at most of its property crime. The violent crime rate is incredibly flat. It remains very low.
The Liberal violent.
And that is always something that needs to be kind of added into the analysis with this. If you see like, oh, there's a spike in, let's say, crime. What kind of crime? Are we talking about violent crime, or are we talking about property crime? Like crime that hurts no one physically or mentally or emotionally. Is it, shoplifting? And then if shoplifting is on the increase, you might want to check into as to why people are turning to shoplifting more.
Crime wave has made many communities unrecognizable.
Yeah, what a
Violent
wave.
crime is up 50%.
Such a wave.
Gun crime has soared 100%.
Violent crime is up 50% from when? The bottom line here is violent crime. In what universe has violent crime increased by 50%? He's just outright lying to your face.
And this is from Guy Felicia, who is someone who has recovered from addiction and has used supervised consumption sites that have saved his life multiple times. And he's now an advocate and a father, which, his children wouldn't exist if it weren't for the supervised consumption sites. And so Pierre Poilievre was just saying a new conservative government will give judges the power to sentence severely addicted offenders into mandatory treatment. We will help our most vulnerable loved ones take back control of their lives with care, compassion, to bring them home drug-free for a change. Again, he's all about forcing people into prison for longer and longer terms. As everyone knows, mandatory treatment, forced treatment, does not actually help with addictions. But Guy Felicia is just saying, who is advising Pierre, and why is he announcing things that are already being done? Judges can already offer treatment and recovery instead of prison, depending on the crime and the circumstances of the crime. Defense and client are on the same page. You can receive bail, sentences, probation, and parole to recovery services, including drug courts. They won't mandate anyone who doesn't want to go into treatment. That would be disruptive towards staff and clients who want to be there. Those individuals will receive their sentence in custody. So it is already an option that sentences can be lessened if people are going into treatment. But again, it has to be voluntary. You can't force people into treatment. And more from Guy Felicia, because Pierre Poilievre had tweeted out, a new conservative government will turn hurt into hope and bring loved ones home drug-free for a change. We will empower judges with the compassionate authority, I hate the 1984 language that comes out of conservatives, to mandate treatment for offenders struggling with severe addiction. And Guy Felicia is saying, let me break it down for Pierre Poilievre and others. And he is speaking from his personal life experience. I did a couple recovery programs while in custody, and they do not guarantee bringing anyone home drug-free. Full stop. The majority, if not all, relapse. So forcing somebody into treatment so that they technically become drug-free because they have no access to drug, but then Sending them home doesn't mean that you've solved the problem. They are just in that moment, momentarily drug-free. But as he says, Guy Felicia here, what happens after you complete the treatment? Where is the housing, employment, and other unaddressed social detriments of health? Every time I was released from prison, I was dropped off at a bus stop with a welfare check and a correction officer wishing me good luck. Where do you think people are going to go back to? Exactly where they left. You cannot separate addiction from other social detriments of health. Very, very true. Like it's so frustrating, just this idea that we can force people into treatment and then they come out magically cured of addiction. But we're not going to solve the underlying causes as to why many of them ended up in that situation to begin with. They're just going to be thrown back into the exact same environment. In fact, it will often be worse because maybe they had an apartment before they were forced into it. Maybe they had a job. Maybe they had friends or connections. A lot of those that will be lost during that time in that forced treatment. And so now a lot of them are coming out to a situation where they're worse off than where they were before that forced treatment. So here's another viewpoint. So a few viewpoints on how the Notwithstanding clause may lead to using it on issues not in the campaign or voted on by Canadians.
Exceptionally.
And this is from a TV news show's Power and Politics.
And not like it's starting to become like this tool that you can use if you don't like what a judge decides. And that's where it becomes dangerous. And, you notice the hypocrisy about Yves-François Blanchet saying he's really concerned about this use for criminal justice, but he clearly doesn't have a problem when it's being used for Bill 21 or Bill 96 or any other language laws or secularism laws in Quebec. Again, my issue there is you're picking and choosing. These are serious decisions to start to say, well, this part of the Constitution, the Supreme Court, we don't agree with their interpretation, so we're going to override it. That's the slippery slope.
So Jordan, the allegation has been against the Conservatives, throughout elections, they might use this for social issues and social rights. But Mr. Poilievre, that's never been part of his politics. He has made it very clear that this is exclusively something he would use in issues of law and order because he thinks essentially the system has gotten too easy on people. Is that a reassuring message to people, do you think?
No, and I think that, frankly, there's material problems with this proposal, and John talked about a number of them, and there's political problems with this proposal for the Conservatives. And, to speak to the issue at hand here, look, Scott Moe didn't initially campaign saying that he was going to consider using the Notwithstanding clause against trans kids. Doug Ford didn't campaign saying he was going to use the Notwithstanding clause to try to crush labor rights in Ontario. So I think that Canadians could be forgiven for viewing those kinds of commitments with skepticism when you have...
And that is a very, very good point. I've shown on this channel plenty of times, Pierre lies. He has lied about a lot of different things. And so we have other premiers who have used the Notwithstanding clause when they never indicated they would touch it when they were running to become premiers. So how bad is it going to get under Pierre when he's already saying, yeah, I'm going to use it? Just on this one thing, though. It is, again, our rights are in danger if Pierre Poilievre becomes Prime Minister of this country. All of our rights are in danger. Because, if some people's rights aren't protected, that means anyone's rights can be taken away. And you might not like, those multiple murderers and stuff, but we all have fundamental rights in this country that need to be protected. If you start taking them away from one group, it's only a matter of time before they're taken away from others.
somebody who's going out there and saying right off the bat that they're willing to use the Notwithstanding clause, our Constitution's most powerful tool, in order to go back on a Supreme Court decision on something that the Supreme Court had declared effectively cruel and unusual punishment. And look, I think that when you are considering some of the problems facing the Conservative campaign right now, one of the biggest ones that they face is that Pierre Poilievre is appearing Trumpy. He's appearing Trump-like to people. And so going out and making tough-on-crime announcements that mimic United States Republican three-strikes style laws, I don't think it's a very smart move for him. This is going to be exciting for people in his base, but I don't think he's going to find a lot of new followers here.
But you know,
He doesn't need a lot of new followers, though. He just needs to make sure that the ones that like him go out and vote, and generally speaking, they do. Again, I'm one of those people, I should have one of those signs that says, don't believe the polls. You need to vote. Everyone just vote with the assumption there is no safe riding and that every riding is flippable. But Karina Gould, who could have been current Prime Minister of Canada had she won the leadership race, also has some stuff to say about this. So I would have liked to have seen her as Prime Minister. I really liked a lot of what she was saying. So when someone tells you who they are, believe them. The federal government should not use the Notwithstanding clause. Here are my thoughts from last year when Pierre first floated this idea. We can see what's happening in the U.S. when a president disregards the courts. Don't let that, I think that's supposed to be that happen here. On April 28th, vote Liberal. Only if the Liberals are more likely to win. I'm an ABC voter. Anyone but Conservative. If the NDP are more likely to win in your riding, vote NDP. If the Greens are more likely to win in your riding, vote Green. If the Bloc Québécois is more likely to win in your riding, vote the Bloc Québécois. And if the Liberals are more likely to win in your riding, vote for the Liberals.
As we head into the May long weekend, here's something that we should all reflect on.
So again, this is from a while ago. It's not from this year. She was saying that this is when Pierre Poilievre was first floating the idea of using the Notwithstanding clause. This has been going on for a while. He's been talking about doing this for a long time. I guarantee you he will use it, and he will use it a lot more than what he is saying if he's already been talking about it this long. And I also really do not understand this whole, I'm going to walk towards the camera while giving my little speech. You could just, it's pretty background. You can just stand. You don't need to be walking and talking. I don't get it. She's not the only one that does that. I think there's another video that I'm going to be showing where somebody else does the exact, I don't get it. I don't get why you do that. Walk and talk. Just, I don't know. It's a me thing.
2 weeks ago, Mr. Poilievre said the quiet part out loud. In speaking with the Canadian Police Association, he casually mentioned that he was going to make his own laws and use the Notwithstanding clause to make them charter compliant. He basically said that he was going to start taking away the rights of Canadians. But he intimated, don't worry, not your rights, the rights of others. Now, when someone tells you that they're going to start taking away the rights of Canadians, alarm bells should go up, because it might not be your rights today, but it could very well be your rights tomorrow. And let's not forget, Mr. Poilievre has done this before. When he was Minister of Democratic Reform, he was the first Canadian minister, to my knowledge, to take away the democratic rights of Canadians. He made it harder for 500,000, 500,000 Canadians to vote federally. And alarm bells went up at the time. Whether it was elections experts, observers, academics, the media, Canadians writ large were concerned that he was making Canada less democratic. And if you are worried and watching what's happening in the United States with horror when it comes to reproductive rights, just remember his anti-women's rights conservative MPs and the anti-choice movement here in Canada are already thinking about how they can apply those same laws and make it harder for Canadian women to access abortion and healthcare here in Canada. Now, when I was Minister of Democratic Institutions, I reversed his anti-democratic laws and made it easier for hundreds of thousands of Canadians to vote. Because at the end of the day, I believe in people's rights to vote.
And then she just gets into vote liberal, vote, liberal, great, wow. So we don't need to watch the rest of that. But here we go from CP24. LGBTQS plus groups ask federal parties to defend human rights access to transgender care. And so again, this is just, I'm tying this into the segment because what's next? He uses the notwithstanding clause for crime. In crime, he keeps on expanding it. First, it's multiple murderers, and then it's fentanyl traffickers or other types of human traffickers, and it keeps on getting expanded and expanded and expanded. Well, then what happens to people that are doing gender-affirming care? What if they get labeled as criminals? Because like in Alberta, they've pretty much banned gender-affirming care for youth. And again, gender-affirming care does not mean surgeries, but they've banned it anyway. Having them allowed to be used this word that they can apply it towards anything they want is very, very dangerous, and everyone should be worried. So here we go. To us, LGBTQS2 plus Canadians are calling on federal parties to affirm their rights during the election campaign. They face the rising tide of hate crimes. It's important for leaders from all parties to speak up for rights for trans folks and queer folks, says Faye Johnstone, head of advocacy group Queer Momentum. While she says she's grateful that LGBTQS plus issues haven't become a culture war flashpoint in the election campaign, she said federal leaders have been allowed to largely ignore those issues while campaigning. And they're ignoring them because they're worried they might get pushback. Again, it's the right-wing attack method of, raising hell to get their way. And so it's the same. We have politicians that are now shying away from different topics because they're worried about the pushback from the right wing, just like the media outlets are. And this is just showing that they're cowards, that they are afraid to go up against the right wing. They're afraid to have these principled stances. They're afraid to show the support for vulnerable Canadians because, the right wing might say mean things. So she says, this is a tumultuous political time. Hate is rising, and we don't want to show down on those issues because it's not the best interest of Canadians, she said. Johnstone's group is among 20 organizations. Okay, and I also want to just get down to... Here we go. Johnstone said she is particularly worried about Bill 26, an Alberta law that made the province the first to bar LGBTQS plus youth from receiving gender-affirming medical care. The United Conservative Party government passed the law last year, but it hasn't fully come into effect. It would prevent youth under 16 from receiving hormone therapy and puberty blockers. The law is being challenged by groups representing transgender youth, arguing it violates the Charter of Rights. Government lawyers say the legislation is grounded in science and is meant to keep children safe. No, it's not grounded in science, and it does not. It does the opposite of keeping children safe. Courts are considering whether to temporarily suspend the law pending a hearing on constitutionality. A judge reserved her decision on the question of the month. The Alberta government has said it will use the Charter's notwithstanding clause if the legislation is successfully challenged. So basically, if the courts say, hey, you are violating their rights by imposing this onto people, the Alberta government, Danielle Smith, is going to be like, I hear you. I don't like the answer, so I'm just going to do it anyway, and pull the notwithstanding clause, just like Scott Moe did in Saskatchewan. And then it just gets into asking the Liberals about using the Healthcare Act and whatnot. So again, I just wanted to point that out as a way of saying, he'll start with one thing. Pierre will start with one thing. It's going to get expanded to other very vulnerable groups. You start with the most extreme example, but then it starts encompassing vulnerable groups of people as well. And then once those groups' rights are taken away, then it's more and more and more. They don't want our rights protected. They want to violate our rights. But they do that by saying that they're doing it to protect our rights. Again, it's very 1984 language that they use. But here's the petition that Momentum has going around. I'm going to toss this into the sandbox again. I've done this a bunch of times. But there you go again. Just sign the petition. Canada must update travel guidance and create clear, accessible pathways for trans refugees. Let's see, is this... Okay, so that's a different topic. So go here, check the sandbox quickly, and then this is a little two-parter that we'll get into. A short story, again, from the amazing journalist Rachel Gilmore. Does amazing work. And then after this, we'll get into some provincial news. Because it's been a while since I covered actual provincial stuff. Let's see. So I saw that stuff. Miss Man, non-voters in the U.S. thought the exact same way in 2024. Kamala's going to win anyway, and I don't like their Palestine stance, so I'm staying home. And now we all around the world pay the price. Yeah, it's not the less, like, I think the way that I say it is probably a way that resonates more with people as opposed to saying like voting for the lesser evil, which I have said. It is Mark Carney. With Mark Carney, you were voting, like with him in power, afterwards, the fight we have is to improve our situation. But if we vote in Pierre Poilievre after the election, the fight we have will be to maintain our current rights, to make sure that we're not backsliding. So under Mark Carney, we're fighting, the fight we're choosing is to improve our situation. With Pierre Poilievre, the fight we're choosing is to just maintain what we have. And those are very drastically different things. And if we lose anything under Pierre Poilievre, people will be harmed. People will hurt. His stance on Canada's role with Israel and Gaza is horrendous. Mark Carney isn't necessarily great, but what Pierre Poilievre will do is detrimental. So it is just, I will vote shame. I will vote shame. Check out my analysis of the Ontario election, the video that I posted afterwards. It has some information and it resonates very strongly with my feelings about the upcoming federal election in there. So I recommend everyone go check out that video if you haven't. Nadia Vet Chambers replying to Miss Man. Gladio-like affairs were set up all across the West, even in non-reconstructed countries, example USA, Canada, etc. Democracy has been a rigged sham and transparent travesty all our lifetimes. Yeah. Democracy was never meant to serve the people. Like, if you go back to the original, like, who was allowed to vote in democracies, and even now, the people who end up in the top are all the 1%. All of our politicians are in the 1% because it's designed to maintain that system that allowed them to be in the 1% in the first place. Uh, 56 Nick Rich, PP as PM doesn't have executive orders like Donald, so he'll use what our Constitution has, notwithstanding he knows how to use it. It's even worse than an executive order because an executive order can be challenged by courts. The notwithstanding clause overrides the courts. Grand Theft Autobot, fuck, they just treat violent crime as a fact of life that nothing can be systematically changed to address it. A lot of violent crime would go away if you actually dealt with the material needs of people. Okay. down to the bottom of the sandbox. So let's get into it. Let's zip through this. So I actually get off work at a decent time tonight. So this is just kind of a one-off that I thought was important to add. So one-off story, as in there's two things, and they're both from Rachel Gilmore. Because again, a lot of people see what happens down in the States, up here in Canada, and we think, well, at least we're not as bad as them, you know. Oh, we're not as bad as the Americans. The Americans are doing all these horrible things. And they tend to forget how entwined our countries are. And everything you see the Americans doing that is bad, you can almost be assured there are Canadian elements involved. Our two countries are just so entwined when it comes to like capitalism, the right wing, how our systems of crime and you know, the police states work. We are so entwined that every horrible thing you see happening down there are aspects of Canadians involved. And that's the reverse as well. So all the horrible right-wing activities that you see happening up here, our policing systems and whatnot, there are American elements involved. When there are right-wing rallies and protests up here, there's American funding and vice versa. And you see Canadians down, you know, a January 6th, but then you see Americans up here for the Freedom Convoy. Here's another really horrific example of it. And it was discovered by the wonderful Rachel Gilmore. So Rachel Gilmore tweeted out, "Scoop, the Canadian ties to Trump's El Salvador mass deportation. As it turns out, someone with significant ties to Canada, to our biggest museum, our 150th anniversary celebration, and more, is a top dog at the company behind the El Salvador deportation planes." And there was a story not too long ago that I covered where the media was trying to blow out proportions some protests and riots that were happening in Europe, trying to paint Palestinians as being, you know, these out of control rioters and things of that sort. And it was based around a football team and what the football team had originally done by initiating it and attacking people. And it turns out like that football team was the very Zionist rooted football team was owned by a Canadian. So again, there's a lot of connection. If you look at the USA, Canada, and Israel, there's a lot of connections going on. And here's another one of them. Reported by Rachel Gilmore.
I've got a little bonus video for you today because I got the craziest tip about a Canadian connection to those El Salvador mass deportation planes. And even with everything going on with the election and stuff, this felt too important to ignore. So I dug into it and let me tell you what I learned. I'm sure you have all heard about the mass deportations going on in the United States, where Trump claims he's deporting members of a Venezuelan gang to El Salvador. But we're increasingly hearing reports of innocent people with no affiliation to the gang being deported. And both the Trump administration and El Salvador's president are refusing to send them home. Most Canadians, understandably, have been watching this whole thing in horror. But it turns out that someone with significant ties to Canada is a top dog at the company behind the planes that did those El Salvador deportations. Meet Christopher Jamross. He is a board director at Canada's largest museum, the Royal Ontario Museum, also called the ROM. He's also a mentor to the students at the Schulich School of Business out of York University. And he co-chaired the Canada 150 Advisory Committee to oversee preparations to celebrate the country's 150th birthday. Now, when Jamross isn't busy engaging in what the ROM described as his lifelong advocacy of, quote, education and, quote, promoting diversity and inclusion, he's also listed as an executive chairman on the Global X website. Now, what's Global X or Global Crossing, you might ask? Yeah, it's a subcontractor working with ICE, whose planes were used to remove 238 foreign nationals alleged to belong to a Venezuelan gang to El Salvador. Yeah, Now that's a pretty gnarly thing for a person to be in any way associated with. So I wanted more details because when you click on his name on the Global X website, it just lists his bio, which states that Jamroz is the, quote, executive chairman of the board and CEO of Roadrunner Fright. That is awkwardly worded, so I went to the Roadrunner Fright website, and his bio there cleared things up. It states that Jamroz is, quote, executive chairman of the board of Global Crossing Airline Group, Inc., a full-service passenger and cargo airline headquartered in Miami, Florida. In 2021, he led the transformative pre-certification investment that enabled the formal launch of the airline's operations, end quote. Wow, Christopher, seems like you're a very big deal at Global Crossings. Congratulations. So, Canada, it looks like someone who has strong ties to our country, who mentors business students at a Canadian university, who helped oversee preparations for our country's 150th anniversary, and who is a board director at Canada's largest museum, is also a top dog at the company that was subcontracted for the flights carrying migrants to El Salvador, some of whom we now know were innocent. I mean, the logo's literally on the side of this plane in the photo associated with this Reuters article. Anyways, I reached out to both the ROM and Global X for comment on this story, and I have followed up on both requests. Global X has not responded to my email, and the ROM is hoping to get back to me by the end of the week. I'll keep you posted on both fronts, but until then, what do you think of all this?
And journalism can have some good outcomes. Good journalism, good outcomes. So also from Rachel Gilmore, breaking, the ROM has confirmed to me that their board director, who I reported is tied to Trump's mass deportations, has stepped down. Good journalism, good results. In this day and age, people need to be called out for their complicity and their assistance in the fascist takeover of the United States, of what's happening here in Canada, of what's happening, in Gaza and with Israel and stuff. People need to be, this is a moment in history. And how the history books will be written 40, 50 years from now is still yet to be determined. And how you show up in those history books is dependent on what you do right now. And it's important that these people are called out in this moment. We can't wait, because we wait one day, how many more people are deported? How many more people will die from the actions of our inaction? And it is so important that we do what we can when we can in this moment, because we are seeing the collapse of the American empire in real time. And if people are assisting it, we can't let them get away with it. We have to call them out. We have to, shine a light on them. And people have to know the horrible person they were. Because to have your planes involved with that, and there's no way he didn't know what his planes were being used for. People need to have the courage to refuse to participate in that. The whole, obedience in advance. No, complying in advance. Don't do it. Don't do it. This is the moment where people need to stand up to this system that, is going to crush us if we don't. Okay, let's see. Sandbox. Not too many comments since the last time I checked the Sandbox, which is fine. And then from here, I think we're going to get to some provincial news. And then a couple one-off stories. Okay. So Bo Zed and the dictatorship, and Miss Man says allied countries should start considering if they should kick out U.S. military bases out of the country. They are hosting potential armed forces inside their own borders, potential hostile armed forces. Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily feel safe with an American base nearby right now. Especially with their, talk of wanting to take over Canada as the 51st state. Because that rhetoric still hasn't really gone away. Snyder, do not obey in advance, says hermatologist. Yeah, I always get the phrases mixed up sometimes. Comply in advance, obey in advance. You should not obey in advance. And I'm going to run. I actually drank all of this. I normally don't drink the entire thing. So I'm going to run and get in there a Diet Coke. Well, sometimes what I do, I have two here that you don't see off camera. And so when I finish one, I have a second one ready. And for some reason, I thought, you know what? I'm not going to have that second one right here. And I would like some drinks. And so I want to put something nice up on the screen for you guys to see while I'm doing that. There's a letter hack ad, but it's an old ad and it's not really that relevant anymore. You know, there's the logo with the sound, so you get to hear the cat meows. Let's see. Just trying to think if there's like a cute little video or something that I can put on in the meantime. So, well, here, we're going to go into some breaking news, so I'll do this.
Today in Canadian news.
Yes, today in breaking news. Bite-sized Bounty chocolate bars are extremely underrated. Reminder to people, I can chew with this book in front of my face. Buy my book, buy my book. I've only sold 2 copies so far this month. I'd like to sell more. And it's not just because I would get money because of it, but I really love the book and I want more people to talk to about my book. Also, now remember, you can become a member of the Sandbox. And I just want to check, make sure I haven't missed anyone's like super chats. No, I got them all good. Also, a reminder, I do artwork like this right here. Ooh, kitty cat, look, give him a little scratch on their chin there. I think I do a pretty good job with the artwork. So people can check out my website for that. Maybe that's what I should have done. I should have just switched over to my artwork or something. I can get like a slideshow going or something, I think. So when I take a break, it just shows my different artwork. That's an idea. I'll look into that for another future time. Cheers. But for those who are joining a bit later this week, on Tuesday evening, I'm going to be talking to somebody coming on my show, and we will be talking about polyamory amongst other things. I don't think polyamory gets talked about quite enough, and I am polyamorous, so it makes sense. And I'll be talking with Audrey Rose Beavers about that sort of thing and other related issues. So it's not about politics, but it's going to be it's political. I'm also interviewing Adam Golding tomorrow. That will be posted later. And he's running as an independent, and he's been a member of this community here in the Sandbox. So that should be interesting, and it'll let people know how you could yourself actually get involved and run as a candidate if you wanted. Oh, hello, Marty, and welcome to the Sandbox. And 56 Nick Rich says, never trust a fascist. I don't. I won't. Okay. Let's get back into it. And so the sooner I get through all my little dockets, the sooner I can just totally start rambling. So Put something in the description. I can't remember if I put it in the title of this video. Doug Ford has done a first for women. Like a positive thing. And I'm not being sarcastic. And I'm actually in agreement with him on something that I'm actually surprised that it has taken this long, because it didn't clue in that in the year 2025, there are still many, many positions within the government of which a woman has not been the person chosen for those positions. And so quite often, though, the Conservatives they'll fill those positions with women so that they can have the appearance of, you know, being more inclusive, but the policies that they impose are anything but. Anyway, I don't like Doug Ford, but this is I thought this was worth mentioning and going over so that people know that here in Ontario legislator elects first female speaker ahead of the throne speech. I did not realize that she will be the first female speaker at Queen's Park. Kind of figured there's been one before now. The Ontario legislature has chosen its first ever female speaker ahead of Tuesday's throne speech, in which Premier Doug Ford's progressive conservative government is set to lay out its agenda to address U.S. tariffs after his party won a third majority earlier this year. Monday marked the first day back to the legislature, so that's last Monday, for MPPs after the February 27th election, and they selected Donna Skelly, the PC member for the Hamilton riding of Glanbrook, as their new speaker in a secret ballot. So yeah, that election happened on February 27th, and they're just getting back to work now. Must be nice. I'm glad there's nothing pressing going on in Ontario that needed to be addressed, like the housing crisis or disability rates being increased or anything. Well, the Conservatives aren't going to address those anyway. The Speaker provides the legislators' debates. The Speaker presides over the legislators' debates and is tasked with keeping order during its daily question period. We're actually going to learn a little about that. Ms. Skelly, who has served as Deputy Speaker, succeeded Speaker Ted Arnett, a PC MPP first elected in 1990, who has served as Speaker since 2018. He did not run again in the recent election. Ms. Skelly, a 63-year-old former Hamilton City Councillor and TV journalist who was first elected provincially with Mr. Ford first majority government in 2018, called her ascension to Speaker's chair overwhelming and humbling. She told reporters that she wants to bring the temperature down in the legislature and that many of her colleagues want to collaborate more, but she also warned she wouldn't hesitate to eject those who misbehave. Politics is a very, very tough sport. It's a blood sport, and especially with social media, there are lots of... Will you quit eating that? Cats. No, I'm going to spray you. Ah. I got some flowers recently, and all he does is look at it like it's an edible bouquet. And if I'm not paying really close attention, that's exactly what he does. Oh. It's not healthy for them. Anyway. And sometimes I just hear it. Because he's a sneaky little... That one is Lanier who gets into that. Anyway. Where was I? Politics is a very, very tough sport. It's a blood sport, and especially with social media, there are a lot of attacks on our politicians. Usually from the right wing, just saying. We don't need to be attacking each other in the House, Ms. Skelly said. On Tuesday, the new speaker presiding Lieutenant Governor Edith Dermont is scheduled to read the government's throne speech. I don't care about that so much because it sucked. The government's first bill, the new session, blah, blah, blah. Mr. Ford said the selection of Ontario's first female speaker was historic. It's amazing that we have a woman as a speaker, and I am actually shocked it has taken this long for it to happen. Damn it, I hate agreeing with him. In 2022, the Premier had tried to have his caucus vote to install PC MPP Nina Tartangri in the role, but MPPs chose to keep the widely respected Mr. Arnott in place. The legislator, the scene of some debates in recent years, on Monday gave Ms. Skelly's election a loud and lengthy applause. She warmly embraced the only other candidate for the job, NDP MPP Jennifer French, after the decision was announced, as some NDP MPPs shouted her story. Sorry, I find that type of thing like super lame. Like you might as well just ship them all on a plane and send them to space. As is tradition, Miss Skelly was ushered by 2 MPPs, and okay, we don't need to go into the rest of that, but for people who don't know, this is what the speaker does. Because a lot of people won't know, what does the Speaker of Queen's Park actually do? So, role of the Speaker. As presiding officer of the House, the Speaker's role is at the heart of Ontario's parliamentary system. The Speaker serves the House by overseeing its meetings, enforcing its rules, and maintaining order and decorum. The role requires the Speaker to be fair and impartial and to make sure that the House is able to conduct debates respectfully. They still tend to be extremely biased, just saying. That's why, even though it's supposed to be nonpartisan, it's usually the Speaker is from the party that is in the majority. The Speaker is the head of the Office of the Legislative Assembly, a nonpartisan office that supports the work of all MPPs. The Speaker also has a ceremonial and diplomatic role, welcoming visitors, dignitaries to the legislative building and representing the legislators across Canada and abroad. The Speaker is the neutral, nonpartisan presiding officer of the Legislative Assembly. And I would like to see somebody who's not attached to a party to actually hold that position. Although the Speaker is an MPP, they don't serve any political party or the Crown. They are responsible to the House as a whole. In theory, again, they are part of a party, but they're not supposed to serve that party in that role. However, if there needs to be a tie-breaking vote, it goes to them, in which case they do absolutely serve their party. The Speaker doesn't need to give up their party membership when they are elected, but they don't attend caucus meetings or political events. They also don't cast votes in the House unless there is a tie, and they don't participate in debates. In the chamber, the Speaker enforces and interprets the House rules as laid out by the standing orders, and their rulings can't be appealed. When there is a situation that the standing orders don't cover, the Speaker makes the decision based on precedent. Sorry, it just sounds like my cat is getting into something he's not supposed to. Lanier, you can come here if you're so agitated. Come on. Come on. It is part of their job to maintain order and decorum in the House. Oh no, the decorum. Sorry. Just always have to say that because quite often they get more offended by a naughty word saying in the House floor than they do by the actual policies inflicting harm on people. If an MPP is disrupting order, for example, by using unparliamentary language or making personal attacks on other MPPs, the Speaker can call them to order. If the MPP continues to disregard the Speaker's authority, the Speaker can name them, removing them from the chamber. And so what they mean by name them is you don't address people by their name. You say, the MP for the riding of blank, the minister of blank, the honorable minister of blank, the premier. You know, you don't actually say Doug. Out of the chamber. The Speaker is the head of the Office of the Legislative Assembly, which provides MPPs with nonpartisan supports and services, and also chairs the Board of Internal Economy, which controls that office's finances. The Speaker also serves a ceremonial and diplomatic role as the legislator's representative, whether welcoming dignitaries to the legislative building or representing the legislator across Canada and abroad. Election of the Speaker. At the start of Parliament, before any other work is done, the MPPs select a Speaker by secret ballot. Ooh, any MPP except for the party leaders and cabinet ministers can nominate any other MPP. Once a Speaker has been elected by a majority vote, so the party that's a majority will vote for them, the MPPs who nominated them and seconded their nomination will escort them to the dais where the Speaker's chair is. It's a long-standing tradition that the Speaker feigns resistance as they are escorted. Oh no, you're forcing me. That's dark. They just feigns resistance as they're escorted in honor of the dangerous history of the role. In early days of British House of Commons, the Speaker could be beheaded if the monarch didn't like the news they brought from Parliament. Well, you don't have to worry about that so much anymore, and the idea of feigning resistance to doing your job is kind of dark. But anyway, more from Ontario news. So that's more about how our government works here in Ontario and in Canada generally. Abernathy. Where are you doing? Come on. Down. Down. Get down. There's not enough room on there for you in that. I don't want you knocking that over. Sorry. Come on. Let me just get this off and then you can sit there. There. He's like, there's a chair over here and I want to sit on there, even though my camera and my camera bag is on there. And I'm worried that he's just going to push that over and my camera is going to go falling out onto the floor. Kitty cats. Okay. So more Ontario news. So something I've been following on this channel quite a bit is what's happening with a luxury spa in Ontario. And it's replacing a thing called Ontario Place, which used to be a very fun family destination, bonding for families, camp, like kids' camps would go there, school trips. It was a real good, wholesome landmark here in this province, and it has been destroyed for a luxury spa, which I'm sure can replace everything I just mentioned. I imagine that there's school trips of 12-year-olds, which will be going to a luxury spa. Abernathy, what are you doing? So this whole thing, destroying Ontario Place, replacing it with the spa, is just bad in principle to begin with, but it was some very shady dealings apparently. So Martina Steves Grinneff, she is Canada Bureau Chief at New York Times, previously New York Times Brussels, and she dug a little into it. When I moved to Toronto in August in my neighborhood, in meeting and social gatherings, I kept hearing about Ontario Place and the Ontario government contract with a European company to build a spa water park. It felt like something that had mattered to people, so I decided to look into it. By November, I had found a great researcher in the Bucharest and my brilliant colleague, Rebecca Rees, had come on board to help. Rebecca is a member of our investigation team in London. We started with Romania, where Therm Spa is diving deep into corporate filings. Quickly, it became clear there were two Therms, a famous successful one with spas in Germany, and the less famous, newer one with spas in Romania. Two companies under the same name. One is successful, one is not. I wonder which one Ontario chose. We kept looking deep into corporate filings in Germany, Austria, and elsewhere to understand the corporate structure and activities of both. That's where we fell into a deep rabbit hole. The corporate structure was complex. Rebecca drew up a nifty, beautiful mind-esque graph of it, and I tested the limits of my German, but we did clearly determine that Therm Bucharest and Therm Germany were different entities. Then in December, the Ontario Auditor General dropped their audit of Ontario Place. It contained a lot of new information acquired through the power of the AG office. We looked into all the claims in that report. We also looked into other claims raised by competitors, civil society organizers, and others. Our findings are laid out in our investigation. As Therm takes its pitch to Washington, D.C. and Dallas, Texas, charting an ambitious goal expansion, the Toronto experience became relevant beyond Ontario's borders. We found Therm misrepresented itself in a bid to secure the Toronto lease. What? No way. No way. Doug Ford, amazing businessman. I'm sure he would have figured that out. The company has intertwined itself with its German's namesake in the full knowledge that German side, by the way, weaving a narrative over the best parts of the past decade, we unspooled that. Big real estate is fake it till you make it business. Concepts are important, narratives matter, track records are worth a lot. Toronto and the Ontario Place development has been a linchpin in Therm's story. Therm has been a real bloom in activity in recent months. We detailed it. This isn't a story about corruption, only it is, or about what Therm is selling and what Ontario bought. It's a story about how private entities do business with the public sector and the scrutiny they come under and what comes to light with closer inspection. And then this is the big long article that I'm not going to read all of, but I will toss into the Sandbox because I recommend that you check it out. Because here we have a Times investigation shows Therm, a European firm, exaggerated its track record in securing a deal with Ontario, and government auditors found the process has been unfair and opaque. And this is something that Ontario will be trapped in for 95 years. So West Island in Toronto has been cleared of trees by a European company that won a 95-year lease and permission to build and operate a water park and spa there. And you see, I'm not going to read the full article because I can't. Or can I? There we go. Yeah. So yeah, you can read it if you want. Because I'm like, wait a sec, I thought I've read over this. And I did glance over it. A little-known European company with big ambitions has drawn public outrage in Canada's largest city. The company, which runs a spa and water park in Romania, is laying extensive plans to develop similar facilities around the world. Its contract in Toronto has offered a blueprint of similar facilities around the world. Oh, a blueprint of sorts, a favorable 95-year lease in which Ontario government bears the upfront cost of hundreds of millions of dollars. It's so frustrating how so much of our public money can go into something like this, and yet there's so many people in this province, over 3 million, without a family doctor. So, yeah, check this out, but there's still a little bit more on it. So from Colin DeMello, Global News, while the Ford government sounded surprised by the New York Times story into the Therm Group, provincial officials should have been well aware. In December 2024, Auditor General uncovered the same thing. Therm boasted of 6 globally placed facilities under operation. The AG reviews the 6 spas and found 5 of them were not owned or operated by Therm Group. The AG also found Infrastructure Ontario did not conduct due diligence to ensure that the spas cited by Therm in its submission were in fact owned and operated by Therm Spa. So the whole premise as to how this company got in was by saying, look at all these other things we did, but they're not actually that other thing. I'm trying to think of a good analogy here. It'd be like if I made a really crappy hamburger and I said, I'm going to sell this chain to you, and oh, look at all these McDonald's. That's me too. IO didn't review Therm's organization structure because it was only looking Therm Canada Operation Inc., not the global company. This is just, it's fraud. That's all it is. It's fraud. So Ford very satisfied with Ontario Place deal after New York Times report alleging developer misrepresented itself. But Doug Ford is completely fine with it. Doug Ford says he's very satisfied with the profit says $2.2 billion agreement to build a mega spa at Ontario Place after a report alleged the developer misrepresented itself to secure a deal. Again, Ontario Place was a unique little gemstone in Ontario. Destroyed for a fucking spa. Like, how many school trips are going to go to that? How many family bonding times are going to go to that? They say millions of people will go to it every year, and I call bullshit on that one. And so now Ontario's on the hook for billions on this stupid deal. And he's supposed to be a businessman? Well, he is. This is benefiting rich people he knows that he's probably buddy-buddy with behind the scenes. Like all this money, all this taxpayer money is being funneled into the pockets of wealthy people instead of into our public services. We looked into it and it was clear as day, Ford said as an unrelated news conference after he was asked about the New York Times report and was published on Wednesday. In the hours following the report release, Ford was asked whether the provincial government has been scammed, to which he said officials would double and triple check that the deal was watertight. We have no reason to believe there's been any wrongdoing. We're moving forward with this project. It's going to be a world class. It's going to be spectacular, he said Thursday. According to the New York Times, Austria-based Therm has presented itself as an industry player in its efforts to redevelop public land. Public land at Toronto's waterfront, stating that it operated as many as half a dozen in Europe. However, the report alleges the developer had only built and operated just one. We already went over that. And here we have from Now Magazine, cancel the deal. God damn it, that's what you need to do. Ontarians urge Doug Ford to scrap Ontario Place after spa investigation claims developer made false claims to secure contract. So, calling review, New York Times. During a press conference Wednesday, NDP leader Merritt Stiles once again blasted the Ford government's deal with them and called him to cancel it. We've been on this since day one. We knew there was something there that didn't smell right, she said. Just cancel the deal. And you see, if another party had been elected into office, this deal would be canceled. But more than half the people stayed home. Stiles continued to express her frustration on social media. The premier and his minister of infrastructure got scammed by a broken Austrian spa company, she said on X. Premier, instead of double-checking the contract, save us all the time and money and cancel the deal. Liberal leader Bonnie Crumpy also criticized the Ford government for potentially not doing their due diligence before giving the company $2.2 billion of taxpayer hard-earned money. My concern is the opportunity cost what that $2.2 billion otherwise have done, she said. Advocates aim to keep Ontario Place land accessible. Ontario Place for All is a grassroots group that has been fighting against the planned spa and instead advocating to keep the land public and accessible. Yes. The nice public land we used to have in Ontario is now being sold off to private investments. Co-chair Anne Sampson in Now Toronto. The Time investigation is shocking, but also a relief. A lot of us have had a real confusion around the financial viability of the experience and the company itself. I think that what we've suspected is sort of proven in the story itself. So in that way, it's a little bit of a relief that maybe we don't seem so crazy, she said. Sampson said the province has yet to hand over the land, which means there's still time for the project to be scrapped and a new Ontario Place be built, one that prioritizes public consultation. During community meetings held by the group, Sampson said that several ideas have been brought forward, such as bringing back a water park, building a new park and green space, and even a houseboat village. But they have all one common theme. Anyway, don't need to. It's just, again, it's super frustrating that this is not something the people of Ontario wants, yet Doug Ford is pushing it through. And since so many people decided to sit home, this is billions of taxpayer money are going into this private company. It's just all of our money is being funneled into there when there are over 80,000 people in tent encampments, when there are people who can't find a family doctor, when there are people who are going to die of overdoses because of things like this. Funding agreements were only released yesterday. Heart hubs are not operational, and in fact, according to the agreements, the program model and requirements will not be detailed until after Heart Hub operators accept terms and conditions of the agreement. So down here, Zoe Dodd had said, it's been 18 days since the Ford government closed supervised consumption sites and bragged that their Heart hubs are open. They are not open. Organizations received funding agreements last night, no funding. Government is still changing the terms to crush harm reduction. And Diane Jem McNally had replied to that. So they have closed supervised consumption sites. They forced them to close with the promise of these heart hubs going up, which is a treatment center that does not allow any sort of drug use on the premise. But they're not even open. They're not even open. People are going to die because of this government, but more than half of people sat at home. And if Doug Ford were to run for a leader of the federal conservatives, he'd win. It is just disgusting. It is disgusting that this is allowed to get away with. Like, if I were to go to the grocery store and steal groceries, I would face more consequences than this government has for funneling billions of taxpayer money into private investments, of the fraud and scams that it has committed. I would get more consequences for stealing cat food than Doug Ford will ever see, and that is not right. Like, it is just, it's so discouraging, the lack of engagement of politics, of policy that the people in this country have. We need to be hitting the streets. We need to be pushing back. There's no way that this spa should be going through with billions of our taxpayer money. Like, everything that he does that is harmful to the people, we need to be in the streets. But it doesn't happen until it's too late for a lot of people. So frustrating. So frustrating. And here is Chris Glover. He's an NDP MPP. In the speech from the throne, Ford called public health care a defunct ideology. The speech admitted that what we all knew, the economic threats from the U.S. are real, and yes, we do need to retool and rebuild. But their plan, same old playbook, cut sell-offs and corporate giveaways. They are funneling public health dollars to private clinics. They've got school funding, $1,500 less per student since they took office, while blaming school boards. And they're spending $2.2 billion tax dollars handing over Ontario Place. If we want to stand up to global threats, we need to strengthen public services and invest in each other, not sell the province to the highest bidder. And this is his video about it.
We just had the speech from the throne here at Queen's Park, and the government was talking about the need to retool and rebuild our economy so that we can withstand the tariff threat and the sovereignty threat from the United States, which is the right goal. But when they talked about what their plans are, they rolled out the same agenda that they had before the election, which is to privatize our public services and sell off our public assets and deliver our tax dollars to corporations rather than into the public services that we actually need. A perfect example, they described public health care as a defunct ideology. Public hospitals get funded $500 for cataract surgeries. This government is giving $1,200 for each cataract surgery to the private for-profit corporations.
That money needs to be going back into the public. To pay nurses and doctors, to pay for more hospitals to be, like, it's just, what is happening to our healthcare in this province, in this country, should have everyone in the fucking streets protesting. It is the one thing Canadians love to hold up against Americans the most, is that, oh, our universal health care. But if we compare our universal health care to other countries who have universal health care, like, we need to stop using the United States as, you know, the metric for doing well. Because being better than the United States in something doesn't mean we're doing anything good. It's just, we're just not the worst at one or two things. It is, as those who watch my channel regularly know, healthcare is one of the biggest things that I talk about on my channel. Because I'm worried we're going to lose it.
They're giving $2.2 billion and a 95-year lease on public parkland to American and Austrian corporations at Ontario Place. They also indicated that they're going to be attacking our public school boards. Our public school boards are facing a $1,500 inflationary cut per student since this government got into power, and they're going to be continuing that, but they're going to be blaming the school boards for those funding cuts and the impact that it's having on our students. We need to rebuild our public healthcare system, our public education system, our public colleges and universities, so that we can withstand the threat from the United States. That's the way to do it. That's going to be my agenda for the next 4 years.
And, it's really, you see this, you see how Doug Ford got reelected. Still quite popular, even with all the horrendous things he's doing. But there's an example of what could be happening right next to us. And I'm like, I might want to move provinces, but I can't because I have to rely on disability, so I can't move provinces. But this is what should be happening. From Wab Canoe, he is the Premier of Manitoba. You know how to skip the dishes? You know how to skip the dishes? Well, here's how to skip the ER with Medinav for non-urgent conditions, of course. Booked in 55 seconds. If you have an urgent issue or emergency, please visit urgent care. But let's listen to this.
You know, skip the dishes? I'm going to show you how to skip the ER. This is medinav.ca. We just launched it, medinav.ca. Head here and create an account using your new health card or your old paper one. It doesn't matter. So I'm just logging in right now, just loading up my profile. You can make one for your kids, your family members. Hit book an appointment, and this is available in the city of Winnipeg or in Brandon. You can type in a quick issue about how you're feeling, why you want to see a doctor or somebody in primary care. I'll just say it's a cold. And then voila, different appointments, different parts of the city at different times show up. So if I'm in Northwest Winnipeg, I could choose this appointment to book at 5 p.m. and book it on my phone right now. But maybe I'm not available till after work, 9:30 p.m., Winnipeg West, also on weekends. Healthcare when you need it, where you need it, at your fingertips. I just did that in real time. You know, skip the dishes? I'm going to show you how to skip the
That would be nice. We used to have this thing in Ontario called telehealth where you could phone and talk to like a nurse to see if what you're feeling, if you need to go to the emergency room or if you should go to a family doctor or if it's probably nothing. And I used that service several times. And it was a good way of keeping people out of the emergency room or out of, walk-in clinics and stuff. And it could just help address some concerns, or if you needed help finding some sort of, clinic for a different thing, you call them. It doesn't exist anymore. That super, super helpful thing doesn't exist anymore. And this type of thing would be so useful. But instead, in this province, do you know what Doug Ford put money into? An app that would help you find where to buy alcohol. I covered that a fair bit on my channel too. Yeah, there's an app that can help you find alcohol the fastest, closest to you, even what kind, if you want just beer or spirits. And meanwhile, in Manitoba, you can book an appointment in 55 seconds to go see a doctor. But more than half of people decided to stay at home this past provincial election. Oh, it's so frustrating. So frustrating. Okay. And then I have one more smaller docket to get to after this. But let's check the Sandbox. And a reminder, memberships are now available. You can get feldspar, granite, or quartz, which are all elements of sand. I wanted to pick a theme of some sort that would make sense for this because, on my Patreon, it's boxes. So you can get trinket box, gift box, or Jack in the Box. But, since people are hanging out in the Sandbox here, I wanted to have it something related more to that. And trying to find, different things that are related. Like, ooh, there's a sand dune, sand castle, and a sand beach. But, no. Because you need to have, short names for the different tiers and stuff. And I'm going to be making a video about what you get if you become a member. And that's basically knowing that you're helping to support people with... living with poverty to remain part of a community is what you're going to get with it. Anyway, let's check the Sandbox. Looks like we've had a bunch of people jump in. Hello, Soul Life. Grand Theft Autobot, Doug Ford, am good at business. Yeah. Oh, you didn't mean to put Dog Ford? You meant to put Doug Ford? Soul Life, China invests in itself, the US invests in billionaires. Yep. Everyone go check out that video from Humanist Report. He covers some Chinese TikTokers who do a wonderful job of dismantling capitalism in America. It's not like China's perfect, but damn, they have infrastructure and housing. John Davis, people are in the midst of food insecurity and housing insecurity, but rich people need their spa. Yeah. Oh, but it's supposed to be like a family thing that everyone can go to because, you know, if you're food and home insecure, that's where you want to go. Because the thing is that Ontario Place was a nice treat for the family to go to. It had a water park, it had the Cinesphere, some nice little cute shops, a Lego store. And so, you know, you can make a family day trip of it, and it's a nice, wholesome family day trip. It's a fucking spa. Like, you can get your mani and pedi done together. Like, come on. That's not where people think of when they think of family destination and bonding time. Miss Man, comparing oneself to the US has become a very low bar. Mm-hmm. Hello, bad lefty. Whoops. Ah, I jumped. Where was I? Oh, hello, Vicky Clee. Looney Tunes 9000, welcome. Hi, Sandy. Can't stay for long, but would like you to tell everyone that you are going on Environmental Coffee House on Friday at 9 p.m. You can thank me for setting it up. That's nice, but I can't. If you're talking about this Friday, I actually have plans that evening, and I won't be able to go on anyone's show. But yeah. So everyone can thank Looney Tunes for setting up a time I'm unable to attend on somebody else's show. So Life, it should be the name of cat poops. Well, I suppose it could have gone like litter box, hot box. And what would be in their box? That would be good for it. So you got litter box, hot box, and I don't know, something else box. Okay. Gritty box. Mm-hmm. Or penalty box. Let's make a tier called penalty box. So you would have litter box, hot box, and penalty box. Matchbox, yeah, I suppose. Maybe if I add more tiers, there'll be boxes. So why don't we just get right into the last little docket, and then I can just chill for a bit. That's actually going to be ending it nice and early tonight, so I can actually do the other things that I want to do. Oh, okay. So I've been featuring a lot of Rachel Gilmore on this live stream because, well, she is amazing. Independent journalist covering a lot of Canadian federal news stuff. But here is where she actually apparently originally messed up a bit. But, you know, she did the mea culpa thing. So here we have. This was the original tweet. So Rachel Gilmore says, wow, this is fucking gross move. And then they talk about with an earshot of press gallery journalists, dumb as hell, but I'm glad they were so sloppy because now we know about this scummy ploy. You're so far ahead. Why go so low? And so apparently, liberal operatives planted stop the steal buttons at conservative conference. Conservatives accuse liberals of attempting to bring American-style politics to Canada. And she quote tweeted that saying, I also think it's really gross because of all the talk of, do you believe the polls? That's still not really in the realm of any kind of full-blown election denial. But the liberals are trying to fully introduce this dangerous rhetoric for political points. Trash. So she tweeted that out. But she probably should have looked into first of, is this something that the Liberal Party is doing? Or is this something that just a few people that are volunteering for the Liberal Party did? And it turns out it was just some random liberal people doing it. It's not something that the party did or encouraged. And here is Mark Carney responding to it. So I don't need to read the quote because he says it.
Look, this is totally unacceptable, to be absolutely clear. And I, on behalf of my campaign, I was unaware of this behavior, but on behalf of my campaign, I apologize for it unreservedly. Okay? I've made it absolutely clear to my campaign that this behavior or anything approximating it or in that spirit is unacceptable, cannot happen again. Look, this is totally unacceptable.
Yeah, you have to be careful, especially this election season, that when you see things, is it from the party or is it just from some individuals? And again, it gets so tricky as to who's responsible for different types of actions. This is why I don't like necessarily reporting on things live, because I like to find out if there's other angles and whatnot. But it is frustrating that there are always these little ploys in different areas. Like there was one place where some conservative operatives like hired a limousine to appear at a Mark Carney event to make it look like he was being taken there by a limousine when he had nothing to do with it. And you have a lot of like dishonest actors within all parties doing little antics like this. And it's so frustrating that this is even happening. And I don't want to see like American style politics come up to Canada. It needs, like, people just need to take a breath sometimes. If this had been happening at like multiple locations across the board, like in different cities, in different provinces, these pins were showing up, then I might be more confident in saying, the Liberal Party is up to something fishy. But if it happens at one venue, one time, you really need to take a pause there and be like, I don't know about this. But there's all these dirty tricks that are happening now all the time. And like, again, one thing I would love is that primary rule during a campaign, politicians or potential politicians are not allowed to lie. That would mean that Pierre Poilievre would basically not be able to say anything when in front of a camera. There needs to be a better system than what we have, but I don't know what it is. I'm not that person to be like, so to fix democracy, this is what you do. I can just look at things and know this is not it. So whenever you hear a story that just seems too good to be true, sometimes look into it a little bit more. And here's a conservative ad, and you know this is a conservative ad because it's been tweeted out by the Conservative Party of Canada, and They paid money for this. The money was spent on making this ad. This brilliant ad that, after watching, I'm totally switching my mind and voting conservative. This ad just resonated with me so hard that I thought it was a new kind of... Anyway,
How's your son, David?
Well, it's been a tough few years for him. He just can't seem to get ahead.
Yeah, we had to pay for Sarah's...
Yeah, this poor white boy, adult, just struggling. This white man can't seem to get ahead. Just struggling. Excuse me while I hit in their golf ball.
Yeah, we had to pay for Sarah's down payment last year. Things are tough for her, too.
Yeah, so we had to pay for our daughter's down payment on her house. Things are tough. Whew. Because that's what all parents do. They pay for that's a realistic. Most Canadians feel this. We feel it. We all feel it. Things are becoming so hard.
Things are tough for her, too.
You know what Mark Carney says.
Come on, do you really think that a fourth Liberal term is going to change anything?
I've been thinking the same thing.
Are we really going to give these clowns a fourth term? I'm voting Conservative. There you go.
Yeah, for a change.
Money went into this. Somebody got paid to make this. Those actors, very clear actors, got paid to do this. They didn't actually address any issues other than saying that their poor white adult children are struggling a little bit. But, that Mark Carney, eh? Huh. Yeah, what about him, eh? I'm not saying anything, eh? But, we probably shouldn't go with him anymore. Huh. Why is that? I want change. Conservatives? Yeah, they offer change. Are we going to go into detail as to what change they offer? No. Just, things are tough, eh? So, let's vote Conservatives and make things worse. I'm so voting Conservative now because these two old white men golfing swayed me. I felt that so hard that, this guy's son, rough, vague times, and this guy's daughter, they had to help on down payment. Whew. My mom helps me with groceries from time to time because she can't afford to do much else. It's, so relatable, this commercial. I think it has swayed the masses. And I just wanted to point this out because I feel like, when politicians do good, they should be shouted out. And I wish I had the time and resources to maybe go across multiple platforms of multiple people and multiple parties and point out something that they are saying that's worth acknowledging for good or bad. But Don Davis, who is an NDP MP, he's an incumbent, just says, I stand in full support of Vote Palestine platform. Canada must uphold international law and human rights in our foreign policy work and for just and lasting peace in the region. All people have the right to live in freedom, security, sovereignty, and equality. And candidate pledge. So vote Palestine. So it's nice that full endorsement of the Palestine platform. It's just nice to see, somebody boldly saying that as opposed to shying away. Like when it comes to queer issues, how they'll just shy away because they don't want the heat. It's just nice to see, people stand up. And somebody else who I have featured on my channel, who has actually been on my channel, like the only Canadian politician who has been on my channel, speaking about something that does actually resonate with me quite hard. And that is, of course, from Mike Morris and the Green Party.
As Greens, we believe...
Again, somebody just walking towards the camera. It's like, I don't know why you guys do this. Why you guys do this? Just walk towards a moving camera. Anyway, I don't get it. I just, does it make it more dynamic that way? Do you pay more attention if somebody is walking while talking? Is that, should I be doing this live stream on a treadmill? Would that be more engaging?
As Greens, we believe in lifting up the voices of people with disabilities across the country to fight for their rights, to fight for disability justice, and to fight to end legislated poverty for people with disabilities across the country. I'm Mike Morris. I'm the Green Party critic for disability inclusion, and I'm running to continue serving Kitchener Centre as our Green MP. Electing Greens means electing champions for the disability community. Representatives who will be fighting for folks with disabilities to fix and fully fund the Canada Disability Benefit, to fix the lack of accessibility for the disability tax credit, to move forward more quickly on the Accessible Canada Act, to push for accessible housing, for changing the building code so that universal design is mandatory and that we build the affordable housing we need, that we protect public health care, and that we make sure that folks with disabilities who are working have the...
Okay, I want like a natural break in here so that I could actually address something that he says, but I'm not good with this. But push for accessible housing. And this is one of the things that, it makes sense, but because it's spelled out in a way of, ooh, accessible housing, does that mean that all this extra work and stuff has to go into it? And it's like, no, it would mean that everyone, if everything was accessible, would get things like a larger bathroom. Because just think of where you're living right now. And if you suddenly needed to use a wheelchair to get around, would you be able to in your current apartment? So then would you be forced to move to a limited number of accessible places, which would restrict your freedom as to where you can move to? Or how about all units are built so that there is the possibility that should you someday need a wheelchair or something, you can actually get around your apartment, which would mean everyone gets like a larger bathroom, larger doorways or something, a kitchen that is maneuverable. That sounds actually kind of good. If all homes are accessible, it's nice. This is the first building I've lived in that has an elevator. And I'm telling you, this is like life-changing for me because cat litter, Diet Coke, things of that sort, that are quite heavy. And so I have a wagon, a foldable wagon that I put in my car when I go grocery shopping. And so because there's an elevator and a ramp and stuff, I can load all my groceries into that wagon and in one trip, bring them all up to my apartment in one go. It's great. I love it. Versus having to make like 10 trips and some are carrying cases of Diet Coke and some are carrying like heavy cat litter and stuff. I can't do that anymore because of my back. And so having places that are accessible helps everyone. Just more convenient life when it comes to just regular day-to-day stuff too. And this shouldn't have to be an extra, something that we have to fight for, something that we have to demand. It should just be there regardless, because anyone can get a disability at any time. And so that should be put in thought, in mind, when it comes to the design of places where people live.
For accessible housing, for changing the building code so that universal design is mandatory and that we build the affordable housing we need, that we protect public health care, and that we make sure that folks with disabilities who are working have the protections that they need to thrive in the workplace. As Greens, we will always ensure that disability justice is a priority, that folks with disabilities in our communities are heard, and that we amplify their voices on the floor of Parliament where they deserve to be.
So, really good message from Mike Morris. If you're in his riding, I'd suggest voting for him. He's the incumbent, would most likely win. And it's just, he's been a very good voice in Parliament, especially when it comes to disability issues. And that's why he's been on my channel to talk about the disability tax benefit that Canadians didn't receive. So yeah, and it's not talked about nearly enough when it comes to like election issues and things of that sort. Like, you're not hearing from the other leaders about making life affordable for people with disabilities. It's always for the working people, making life affordable for the working class. But nothing is ever really mentioned about people living with disabilities. It's not about, so how can we make it affordable for people living with disabilities? Oh, we're just going to increase accessibility to MAID instead. Like, it's just, oh. But also, I have been very hard on Jugmeet Singh this election cycle because I haven't been impressed. Like, there has been some good things. He's had some standout moments, like I showed earlier today, where he talked back to the Rebel News reporter. He's called out Mark Carney on both the French and English debates about, calling what's happening in Gaza genocide. So it's not like he does everything bad, but I've been very critical of the NDP as a whole lately because they haven't been doing nearly enough to get noticed, to get out there, and to really like promote their policies and stuff. So it's just really nice to see this. I wish more people knew about this. This is something that I think is good, and I like the NDP for. And this is part of the reason why I wish that they were in the position to become the ruling party of this country. NDP wealth tax would raise $94.5 billion, pay for worker tax cut and healthcare improvements. Party commitments will add $48 billion to the federal deficit over 4 years. See, I would like this. Like, it's nice, but it's not going to happen because they're not going to win. But I wish that they were more bold about this and vocal about this earlier, because I think a lot of average people want to hear this. They want to hear the wealthy being taxed. The new Democratic Party is promising to raise about $94.5 billion by taxing extremely wealthy. A plan designed to help finance tens of billions in new spending, deliver a tax cut for workers, and bolster the expand Canada's healthcare system. So right now, Mark Carney is talking about like austerity measures, cutting funding to programs, social programs and stuff of that sort, without, increasing taxes. In fact, he's cutting taxes like the carbon tax and other things. And so I'm not looking forward to a Mark Carney prime minister, but again, would be a lot better than Pierre Poilievre. It's a matter of, do I wake up with anxiety attacks in the middle of the night versus do I just get random anxiety attacks during the day? That's the difference between those two. Jugmeet Singh says, I'm proud to share our campaign commitments. It's clear, it's bold, and it's focused on the people who built this country, said NDP leader Jugmeet Singh as he unveiled the party's platform at a campaign event in Burnaby, BC on Saturday morning. The NDP says those commitments will add $48 billion to the federal deficit over the next 4 years to top existing deficit. The party also says $42.2 billion is new spending not offset by revenue. In the fall economic statement, the Liberal government of former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau projected deficit would be billions and billions and billions. Top revenue generator in the NDP platform is graduated wealth tax. The NDP would implement a 1% tax on households with a net worth between $10 million and $50 million, 2% of those worth $50 million and $100 million, and 3% of those over $100 million. So basically, the guys in these commercials will suffer. They will suffer, these two. They will suffer with the NDP. According to their platform, that would raise about $94.5 billion in revenue over 4 years. Just 4 years, too. The party also says they can raise $24.8 billion by closing tax loopholes and another $8 billion by reducing federal government's use of consultants. Oh my God, I love this so hard. That money would help finance a costly part of the NDP's platform, which is to raise the basic personal amount, the threshold under which Canadians do not pay tax, to $19,500, along with improving Canada's employment insurance system. Raising the basic personal amount will cost approximately $48.1 billion over 4 years, according to the NDP platform. No nurse, no teacher, no tradesperson should pay more than billionaires flipping stocks, Singh said on Saturday. The New Democrats also want to improve Canada's employment insurance system by extending the duration that benefits last to 50 weeks, as well as increasing the benefit level and insurable earning cap to provide minimum weekly benefit of $450. My God, I would love to get that right now. That'd be so much more than what I'm currently getting under disability. Because that'd be yeah. How much am I making per week? Let me pull up my calculator. Let's just make sure I'm getting the math right. Yeah, so I'm getting about 350 per week. Less than that. So under 350 a week to survive on everything and pay rent. That expected to cost $41 billion over 4 years. The party says $16 billion would be spent in the next budget year, and that the number scaling down over the 3 following budget years as Canada navigates its ongoing trade war with the United States. NDP would spend $46.2 billion to improve healthcare. Yes, let's fight to improve what we have by voting in anyone but the Conservatives. Expanding Canadians' access to healthcare has been a cornerstone of Singh's campaign. Funny, this is the first time I've heard of it. Again, very critical of how they've run their campaign. The NDP announced earlier in April they would train more doctors and boost Canada health transfers by an extra 1% to provinces that commit to action. The party's platform says the part of their health care plan will cost $10 billion over 4 years. The NDP also wants to implement a universal pharmacare program within 4 years, projecting that will cost approximately $29.2 billion over that time frame. Universal pharmacare would be great. And I mean like universal pharmacare, not just here's a couple of medications we're covering. No, all drugs should be covered. On Saturday, the NDP also unveiled a new plank of their healthcare plan, spending $7 billion over 4 years to expand mental health coverage. So Canadians can better access services like psychotherapy and counseling. I like the sounds of that. We'll make mental health care part of public health care. No more waiting, no more choosing between your well-being and your bank account, Singh said. I like this. I really, really like this. Also pledges a contingency fund. The NDP platform also acknowledges that Canada's economic and fiscal picture is uncertain and facing unprecedented volatility as a consequence of Donald Trump's trade war. In an abundance of caution, our fiscal plan will set aside an additional amount each year as a contingency fund, the platform says, adding that the fund can hedge against risk, external shocks, or events that could reduce government revenue. The NDP promises to set aside approximately $4.2 billion over 4 years for the contingency fund. In its platform, the NDP also said it rejects calls to cut public sector and to social programs, cuts which would be made to reach budgetary balance in the short term despite the costs and consequences for people. Instead, we are proposing increasing investments in both infrastructure and in people, the NDP added. I really like that. I really, really like that. It's just kind of sad that they stand no chance. That would be so nice. That would be so nice to have that. It's what we got to fight for in between elections, is so that the next election, this is a viable option. Okay. I'm done with my dockets. Now we can just chill. And get my voice a rest. I'm feeling a bit strained. I've been talking a lot. Okay. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000. I meant this Friday night, Sandy, when you make a guest appearance at Left of the Box. I don't know what you're talking about because I'm busy this upcoming Friday. So I'm not making a guest appearance anywhere. Like, I don't know who scheduled that for me. I don't have an agent. And if I did, that would be a very crappy move for them because I actually get paid for what I'm doing on Friday night. Well, eventually, anyway. John Davis, you're ending early because you started early. That's the plan. That is the plan. So I can actually like make dinner after this at a decent time and just relax. And I've been rewatching all of The Boys plus Gen V because the next season should be coming out soon-ish, I think. I don't know. I just like watching them. They're a good series. I like it. I like The Boys and Gen V. And they're short seasons, so you can binge watch them all relatively easily. And yeah. And then since I've seen them before, I can do other things while I'm watching it, so I don't have to pay too much attention. So like artistic ventures I can do while I'm watching it as well. And I can just relax and turn off my brain. That is the goal, to just turn off my brain after this. I think there's just one thing I want to do. I always think that to myself, like, oh, there's just one thing I want to do after this that's kind of work related, but when I shut off this camera, I'm like, no, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Because I still actually have to like make dinner. And then I have such a limited options for food because for one thing, I'm a horrible cook. I'm just not good at that. So I have very limited things that I make for dinners. And I kind of get sick of them really fast. And I'm at that phase right now where I'm like, I'm looking at the options in my freezer. I'm just like, ugh. Same thing over and over again. And then I run into this one problem where I bought these boxes of like those pre-cooked meatballs, which is great for a quick protein fix. And it was like buy 2 boxes, get 1 free. So I did that when they were on sale. The problem is that I don't like them. They're not, there are some of those meatballs I like. This is not it. They're a little bit too spicy for my like, and I don't like spicy at all. But I eat them anyway. So I end up making meals that are just edible, but I'm not really enjoying them. Because what else am I going to do? I bought it. It's food. And so I'm leaning towards that tonight, chopping up some of those little meatballs and mac and cheese. I can usually handle it best that way. But I'm looking at the other stuff that I have that I just don't feel like any of that. I don't feel like anything. Let's see. Vicky Clee, does Canada have first past the post? Well, since I knew what FPTP was, the answer is yes. Miss Man, oh, give us back our 30 seconds. That was a really bad ad. Yeah. Grand Theft Autobot, wow, that was an ad. I'm sold. And so Love saying that was filmed in the 80s. Wouldn't surprise me. Miss Man, having money problems? Stop wasting it on stupid games of golf. Bad Lefty details, schmeetails. Vicky Clee, I always find that when I'm trying to connect with the problems that common man has, golf courses with retirees is the route to use. Absolutely. Seashells. I don't get why you said that. Grand Theft Autobot. I was out on the Rage just the other day, worried about my portfolio. I might have to sublet my 4th house. PWN. Damn libs. I was out on the range. Okay. I thought you were just outraging. And I know this is a joke anyway. Miss Man, epic Canadian accent, eh? Jet, everyone deserves housing, goddammit. It is a human right. It is actually a human right that this country is failing. So Life, we have a wheelchair ramp at work. Yay! And tiny doors wheelchair would never fit through. Boo! It's just, yeah, somebody didn't think that one out. Vicky Clee, my school was built 17 years ago and is fully accessible. Yeah, and it makes a world of difference for, I'm just thinking of accessibility things for, people who are maybe not living with a disability, but because, like, before I had a car and I was like living in Toronto and stuff like that, in order to get groceries, I could get one of those personal carts that you could get, the ones that are kind of on an angle, have the wheels and stuff, and load that up, but they could get quite heavy. But then if I wanted to go onto the bus with that, it was a struggle because there were only stairs to go up into the bus. But like in my area now, the buses, if you're using a wheelchair, you can get onto the bus easy. And it blows my mind that those things weren't thought of sooner. And I keep on thinking back, like, how did people using wheelchairs actually get into the buses in Toronto then? Like, it's it seems like common sense, but then it helps so many more people because even though I wasn't living with a disability at the time, the ability to just be able to get my groceries from point A to point B was so much more accessible if the buses were wheelchair accessible because of that, which made, living on your own much easier, or for some people cheaper because some people might then just get a cab or an Uber to get to point A to point B if you have a whole bunch of heavy groceries to carry. Jumped. John Davis, chill and talk about vampires. Well, if you insist. You see, this is the nice time for me where I'm like, okay, I don't have to say anything intelligent. I just have to ramble on about whatever comes out. Yeah, I just ramble about whatever comes out of my mouth, which totally makes sense. Whatever comes to my mind. And, yeah, talk about my vampire books. Vampires! I like vampires. I'm trying to think, like, if I have a favorite vampire movie that I've seen. And I don't think so, because I'm one of those autistic people where if you ask them, like, what's your favorite of anything? I'm like, oh, can't. There is no such thing. Kind of like there is no such thing as best country. There is no such thing as a favorite of anything to me. Because it would be like, well, it depends on my mood. It depends on what I'm craving at the time. It depends on, all these other pre-existing things before I can say this is, in this moment, under these very set conditions, this is the thing that I would prefer. Like, I could say that my favorite blizzard from Dairy Queen is a cookie dough blizzard with extra cookie dough and peanut butter cups. But the thing is I don't even know if that would be my favorite. All I know is that I order that every time. Unless I want to get really, I'm treating myself, like super duper treating myself, because I only get those when I'm treating myself. But if I'm super duper treating myself, there's the one with a peanut butter ribbon that goes down the middle. And it's originally made with like fudge and cookie dough, but I'm like, no. It's double cookie dough with peanut butter cup and the peanut butter ribbon down the middle. that might be my favorite. But I say that, but can it really be my favorite if I haven't tried all the other flavors? So how do I know? I'm too autistic to want to try different things. But if somebody were to offer me, like just say, hey, I went to Dairy Queen and I bought this caramel fudge bacon bit blizzard, here you go. And I were to eat it and I'd be like, wow, now this one is my favorite. Like, it's not so much that it's my favorite, it's what I order every time. There's a difference. There's a difference. Like, this is not my favorite drink. It's just what I drink all the time. I don't even really like Diet Coke. But I just drink it all the time. It's my caffeine fix. It's my hit of caffeine, my preferred hit of caffeine. But it's not, I don't drink it because of flavor. I drink it because I feel the caffeine surge through my veins and it feels good. It's a stimming thing. So, I have a favorite cat, but don't tell the other two. Oops. Jump. Go. Vicky Clee, Sandy, if there's something a bit spicy, you can cook them with, say, coconut milk that blocks, although the cans will work to reduce and have with rice. Actually, now you just got me super curious about what mac and cheese and coconut milk would be like. I'm like, would that be good? It's a mild spice on these meatballs. Like, the thing is that I can't handle any spice. So even like a little tiny bit of spice is I feel it. And it is just a little tiny bit of spice. Like, most people probably wouldn't even notice it in these, but it's also accumulative. So sometimes I can eat something and the first few bites are fine, but then the spice just keeps on getting hotter and hotter and hotter. Fortunately, though, with these particular meatballs, it doesn't get worse as I eat it. So, if I drown it in ketchup and mac and cheese, then it's fine. It's whatever. It's just whatever. I have some cheeseburger macaroni, says John Davis. I do love ground beef and mac and cheese. I have some ground turkey that somebody gave me ages ago in like these super, super airtight packages so it lasts long. It's nowhere near as good as ground beef, though. And I like to overcook it so it's crunchy. The Wild West, welcome to the Sandbox and another member of my channel. Assuming there was a para service in Toronto that disabled people would have to call and schedule. Talking about like getting groceries from point A to point B, but wheelchair accessible. Yeah, not all places would have accessible services like that. Vicky Clee, Sandy, this is why I love watching not just bikes and the way the Netherlands had fully integrated its transport to be accessible, easier for everyone, and so everyone uses it. Well, there's a lot of things that, like if I'm taking part in a festival, because, I volunteer and whatnot, it'd be so much nicer if I could just take transit down there instead of trying to find parking. But since I'm usually carrying things with me, if I'm like in a booth and stuff, so I need to carry my own chair and, foods and drinks for the days and whatnot. So it's not really, I can't just take it onto a bus, And then the buses, they don't reach exactly where I need them to reach, so I'm still walking quite a distance, but then the parking lot is right next to the venue. So, but I would love, I love the idea of like more multi-zoned cities, like suburbs. I hate suburbs. Like even here, there are a couple coffee places nearby. Like I'm fortunate where I am, but it's still not enough, I like variety. I like different places, and the coffee place, like the only coffee place that's open 24/7 these days is Tim Hortons. And I miss the days before the pandemic where some coffee places would be open until like 1 a.m. That was nice. A nice place to go and chill and chat, maybe have a date, if that were to ever happen again. Or just to have a conversation with friends. That was nice. But, you know, one of the things I loved about living in Toronto, in certain areas of Toronto, that is, you could just walk down the street and here's a market store with like mangoes you can buy and fresh produce, followed by a independent burger restaurant, followed by, independent coffee place, and like all these wonderful things that are just right in walking distance or accessible by subway and whatnot. And I really, really miss that. Like trying unique places to go to and whatnot, and then finding like this place that there was a cafe around here that doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. That there's a lot of little hidden cafes in my area, which I love, but you have to drive to get to them. But there was one that had the most amazing peanut butter cookie I had ever had, and it doesn't exist anymore. And I'm heartbroken over it because, oh my God, that peanut butter cookie was, if I'm going to pick a favorite, my favorite. But then it's so sad. Like there should be something about legacy, independent places. Like the city should invest in making sure that they can stay open, because there was a local bakery that I absolutely loved. Like they were using recipes from 75 years ago, and the most amazing like buttercream icing that they would shove onto everything. So good, so good. And it had to close because they were tearing down the building for making another off-ramp onto the highway. And so they were destroying the building. And so they were forced to move, but because they had been in that spot for so long, there was nowhere else they could go where they could afford the rent. And so that independent business that has been a staple in this community for 75 years, gone. Just like that. It'd be nice if the cities actually did something about, places like that, to be like, okay, we'll help subsidize you to another place so that you don't have to close down your business completely. That would be so great. Because I love independent shops. I miss the days where malls used to be unique, where you could go to the mall of a city and be like, here are some unique stores to actually go into and whatnot. But that's why I like secondhand stores, is that you can still find a lot of unique stuff in there. Miss Man, here in Netherlands, the buses have retractable ramps for wheelchairs and baby buggies and enough room inside for them too. Here in my city, we have some buses like that too. Well, all the buses like that in my city are. But I don't know if it's still that bad in Toronto, where it's like you have to step upstairs in order to get into buses. Let's see. The Wild West. My favorite vampire film is Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter. 'Tis the season. I've seen Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. I don't know if I've seen Jesus Christ Vampire Hunter. That sounds fun. Like I really do like 30 Days a Night. Do not watch the sequel. Just don't. Totally not worth your time. And there's always a very nostalgic, dark, romantic feeling from Bram Stoker's Dracula. And I read the book too, which was super interesting. But it didn't, like, for me, like, I can't say there's a favorite vampire movie, because it'd be like, what am I in the mood for? What kind of vampire movie am I in the mood for? Like, I don't have a go-to vampire movie. I just know how much I absolutely love the genre. Like, depending on my time in life, Interview with a Vampire had quite the effect. Yeah. Huh. Do I have a favorite vampire movie? No, I just know I love vampires. I love that genre so hard. So hard. Vicky Clee, you can only have a favorite among things you've actually tried, though. I know, but, you know, if you're talking about blizzards as a whole, there's a whole bunch of blizzards. And so that's a different question. You can say, of the blizzards you've had, what is your favorite? But you can't just say, what is your favorite blizzard? That's the autistic brain. Because I haven't tried all the blizzards, so I wouldn't know which one is my favorite blizzard. But of the blizzards I've had, which is my favorite blizzard? See, that's a different question. Let's see. Vicky Clee, no, I am a massive spice-averse person, cannot get over the chili thing at all. I can cope with heat from, example, raw garlic in hummus that I make. Yeah, for me, anything above like ground black pepper is too much for me. And even like raw garlic, depending on how it's done, can be too much for me. I can't handle spice, but I also can't have bell peppers. I'm actually allergic to that, so that's a big no for me. And that's even just the oils off of it. So if it's on like, if green and red peppers are on pizza, I can't just pull it off because then the oils are still on the pizza, and then that will make me very vomitously sick. Bo Zed, Canadians and their pizza and ketchup. I'll never understand. Yeah, it's what you use when the flavor of what you're eating isn't that great to begin with. But I'm with the Wild West. I've never put ketchup on pizza. This is the first I've heard of it. Yeah, I've never put ketchup on pizza. I think what he was saying was, or are you, Bozette, are you saying that Canadians put ketchup on their pizza? Because I know we have a thing for ketchup. And we have a Canadian pizza, which is not pepperoni and mushroom. I don't know what makes that Canadian. And I don't like mushrooms. But yeah, as far as I haven't seen, you don't put ketchup on pizza, you have tomato sauce. And I don't think I've ever seen anyone substitute tomato sauce with ketchup on a pizza. Yeah. I do like garlic salt and or ground up garlic to put onto things, or a garlic spread. I have a garlic spread that you can put on, like if you're baking potatoes or something, you can put that on the potatoes. Or one of the things I am good at cooking, and I actually have the ingredients for, is grilled cheese sandwiches. And so I use a garlic spread instead of butter. Add that little flavor to the garlic, and then I always use shredded cheese. I don't use the sliced cheese that you get. I don't get that anymore. I haven't got that for God knows how long. So I'll shred the cheese onto the bread, and then you put a garlic spread on it. So much yummy. But that I think is requiring way too much work than what I wanted to cook tonight. So I don't think I'll be making that. It's just the mac and cheese and the meatballs. The meatballs I'll toss into the little toaster oven that I have because they're pre-cooked, so you cook them in there. And then, yeah, that's easy. That's all I want to do right now is cook easy. The Wild West, that's one thing we have more of in Quebec. Little independent shops. I would imagine because chains have such a hard time opening shop. I used to work at the head office of a retail company, and I know the pain behind it because everything has to be made French. You can't have Walmart, you have to have low Walmart, and you have to have French branding on everything. And the store that I worked for had like Christmas ornaments and stuff that would sell every year. And so we could only send Christmas ornaments with words if the words were French. So like congratulations for graduation would also work because it was the same in English and French. But then like Merry Christmas and all that sort of stuff, we wouldn't be able to send those ornaments to the Quebec stores. And so we would have to find places that could supply us with French ornaments. But the thing is that if you're working, if there's a corporation, a retail chain or something like that, you buy in bulk, and you can't buy in bulk for 3 locations. And so then things become terribly expensive if you want to buy anything there. So what it does then is it just limits your options. But we had to have like a different name for the store in Quebec and different bags and like everything. And a lot of corporations and companies are just like, nah, won't do it. Which means you're going to have a lot more independent stores, which is kind of nice, actually. It's horrible how it got there, but it's probably kind of nice. The Wild West. Jesus Christ, Vampire Hunter was filmed in Ottawa. It's a musical. There's lesbians. Misty Beethoven, also a very unique musical. John Davis, Lost Boys. It's been ages since I've seen that movie. Let's see. Bobby, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Yes. I've been so frustrated because Dollarama has like those where you can buy like 10 bite-sized chocolate bars so you can have, Aero or caramel or something like that. And you used to be able to get peanut butter cups, but for the past while at Dollarama, they haven't existed, and it's driving me crazy because that's the one that I get the most of. Because I like the bite-sized ones the most. Because I don't binge eat anything. Like even if I make a mac and cheese with the meatballs tonight, that's 3 meals for me. So then I don't have to worry about cooking tomorrow or the next night. So, if I get the little bite-sized chocolate bars, then it's like 2 at a time type thing. And it has to be 2 at a time. That's not enough. It has to be 2. 2 or 4. I haven't found the peanut butter cup ones for ages at Dollarama, and it's driving me crazy because I love that one so much. Let's see. The Wild West. Somehow Canadian Tire has dodged the need to translate their stores. Might be something to do with the grandfather clause. Depending, because I know Canadian Tire is a very, very old company. So it could have been like grandfathered into it. Because I know the language laws in Quebec are very harsh. I'll admit it, I do like the Quebec accent, the Francophone accent. I like it. I like harsh accents. Do I have a favorite accent? No. But, some of my preferred accents are like Quebec French, Irish, Scottish, Russian. Those accents. Love to hear them. Let's see. So everyone, buy my book, my book, my book, my book. If I make $50 right now in super chats and stuff, I'll read part of one of my chapters that has no spoilers. How about that? I just want to read the book. Oh, and I can't wait to get this other book done. I want to check my email to see if the covers come in yet. Oh, that's the wrong email that I would check. You see, I'm so frustrated because I found an artist to do the cover like last year, but then things kind of went on a hiatus as I was trying to sort things out. And so then I found her again and she still has the cover and I still want that cover. But communication has been very frustrating and I was upset and almost ready to give up. But then it just turns out that the emails aren't going through. Like she can send some and there's just something wrong with Gmail that's causing some problems. So now we're using a different account and that seems to be working better. But I kind of have a deadline for this because there's something I'm going to at the beginning of May where I want hard copies for. So it's like, I need it now. So it's causing like a super amount of anxiety in me, but it's pretty much ready to go. I just need to format something quickly. It won't take too long before. And I've already had the proof, but with like a placeholder cover so that I could read through it and find all the mistakes and stuff that I wanted to catch. So I've already gone through the proof that way. So all I need is to get the cover, get a second proof sent to me so I can make sure this changes happened properly and make sure the cover print's okay. And then I can start selling them. And I'm probably going to be able to sell more of those than I will my vampire book. Just given the niche market. Jet, no one can convince me that Dutch ovens are anything other than the best way to cook almost everything. There's a bakery I like to go to when I drive. And it's pretty much the only place I get my bagels at because they make fresh bagels and they have a fire oven that they use there. I think it's a Dutch oven. Oh, those are probably my favorite bagels in town, but I haven't tried all the bagels in town. But it's one of the luxuries, one of the extras, the specials, that even though I've lost, like, I'm no longer working a real normal job and my income is quite tight, I will make an exception for fresh baked bread, like bread from a bakery, because once you've switched over that for a prolonged period of time, if you go back to buying like a bag of bread, processed bread from the grocery store, it grosses you out. Like it is so gross. And so I will only buy bread from bakeries and bagels from bakeries and stuff, because otherwise it's like like if it's a bagel, it kind of feels like you're chewing on rubber if it's like a processed bagel. But yeah, once you've done it for too long, then you can't switch over or switch back to like processed bread. And so that's something that I tend to spend a little bit more time on. But I do, and part of the problem is I don't eat a ton of bread. I like my peanut butter sandwiches. So, the Wild West. Say hello to the night lost in the shadows. Probably talking about vampire movies. Yeah, there's a place where I go to get my bagels, and so I rotate my breakfasts during the week. One day it will be my yogurt salad, as I call it. So it's a Greek yogurt, which is higher in protein. Again, another luxury, but I need to eat more protein because, you know, surgeries and whatnot. And then I'll put crushed pineapple on it and granola and then a seed mixture. And so I call it a yogurt salad, but I'll rotate that between a peanut butter bagel. And if I'm feeling really wanting something different, a bagel with cream cheese and jam. But it has to be, there's whipped cream cheese. So much better than just the spreadable cream cheese because it's like foamy, and for some reason that makes it taste better. Hermatologist, I bake my own bread. It's cheaper. I would not be, well, when it comes to baking things, I've generally speaking done a good job if I followed the directions, but it's just, I don't have the energy, the time, or the patience. There's a vampire movie called Blood and Donuts that was filmed in Toronto that I've never actually seen, that I want to. Oh, and does anyone know how to get hard honey out of the plastic jars? Like those teddy bear jars? Because I know I can't just toss that into the microwave, or at least I don't think I can. And it's super annoying how they don't make honey in accessible honey containers. That's why I like, you can get like a creamed honey, and so it's like margarine almost. And that I like because you can scrape every last bit. And again, as somebody who's autistic, I scrape every last bit of stuff that I'm making or using. And so now I have like honey in this oddly shaped squeezable honey bear thing, but in really odd places. So even when I try to like shove a knife in to pull it out, it doesn't work all the time. It's super frustrating. But if people know how to get that out and make it more liquid again, I'd like to know. I suppose I can Google it, but I just don't have the energy to do that right now. Let's see. People talking about songs and food. Of course, the more people talk about food, the more I want to go. Submerge in warm water, says Jet. Maybe. Just put boiling water in. Don't want to water down my honey. Submerge in warm water, that might work. Hold it under hot water. Okay, so I'm getting a lot of like just putting it in hot water. Okay. I can give that a try. That's not too much effort. Oh, let's see. So, yep, people can become members for people who are joining the stream late. On Tuesday, because I'm horrible with name, Audrey Rose Beavers will be on my show. We'll be talking about things like polyamory. Not something that we get to talk about too much because I am polyamorous. But can one be polyamorous if you're pretty much single all the time? And the answer is yes. Because, you know, who you're dating does not define your orientations. Because then you could say, well, unless you're dating one person, how do you know you're monogamous? So if I'm just dating one person or I'm single, how do you know you're polyamorous, or can you be? And the answer is yes, because I know where my heart is. I know how my heart works. Just like you can be monogamous while still being single. So it should be an interesting conversation because we don't get to talk about that too much. And then I also have a clip from RFK, because another thing she can talk about is things like autism and stuff. And so there's a clip from RFK that really pissed me off as somebody who's autistic, because yes, I use the toilet by myself. Although, is it by yourself if your cat is like, oh, since you're in there, I'm going to go to the litter box that's right beside it and use it at the same time, because then I'm not really by myself. Tiny bit of boiling water inside. Submerge, rest, and hot. Okay. Can give it a try, says Vicky Clee. Jet, the moon is a harsh mistress was an interesting example of polyamory being central to the plot. You see? By my book. In it, basically, vampires are, they're not monogamous. Why? Yeah. So they're very They're non-binary and polyamorous. Because they don't recognize gender. In their language, they don't even have gendered terms. And they don't do monogamy because why? So, yeah, a lot of my influences are in this, and it's a world that I dream of anyway. The Wild West, you are never alone with cats. That is very, very true. Oh, but yeah. 4.5 hours I've been at this. I think I'm about toast. I've been talking about bread and stuff, and it's 9 o'clock. So I still need to make dinner and do other things to just kind of unwind and relax. But yeah, so later on Tuesday evening, I'll be talking to Audrey about like polyamory and other stuff. Then tomorrow I'm recording an interview with an independent candidate, Adam Goulding. He is somebody who has been part of the Sandbox community. He's running as an independent. I think I said that. I'm repeating myself. That's how brain fried I'm getting right now. So I'll be posting that relatively soon. I will not be on Environmental Coffee House this upcoming Friday. Probably do another regular Sunday stream. The jitters before the election, I suppose, because then Monday's the election. And I'll be joined by Mark Joycey, who's been on my channel a few times. So hopefully we get the elections results earlier in the evening because he's on the East Coast. And so trying to stay up till West Coast time will be a bit challenging for him because he's not as much as a night bug as I know. John Davis, last I knew, vampires don't have sex. Says who? Depends on the kind of vampire, I suppose. They have sex in my book. But not for procreation. The Wild West. I don't even have the energy for monogamy, lol. Yeah, it's a different type of thing. Vicky Clee, I always wondered how easy it would be to translate a book into language that has default gendered everything if the English makes a point of no gendered terms. You know, the French are having a lot of troubles with that because there are gendered pronouns for pretty much everything. Le and la, the, it's le is masculine, la is feminine. And so le table or la table, tabla. Le tabla, la tabla, it's one or the other. And there doesn't seem to be apparent like rhyme or reason behind it. There might be, but I don't know if this would be le mouse or la mouse. Or whatever a mouse is called in French. Le phone, la phone. And so people who are non-binary in Quebec and France, it's a little bit more challenging because there's not really a gender neutral pronoun of any sort. And so they're having to come up with that. I think also gendered terms are more difficult. I think it's Mandarin, where they don't really have as many gendered pronouns and stuff as we have here. And so they can get very mixed up with gendered pronouns. I think it's Mandarin. Don't quote me on that one. The Wild West. We are non-binary and use... I don't know how to say that. Especially seeing something written out in French. French letters and French words are not... You know, one is not pronounced how it looks. Really, it's really bad for that. Chat has no gender. It's kind of amazing if you think about it. Talking about the Sandbox? Vicky Clee in German has neutral gender too. Yeah. So non-binary and use il. You're spelling it out phonically for me now. Eel? Is that what I would be? Eel? Miss Man, we're all cats here, the superior species. See, that's the other thing when it comes to cats and like gender and pronouns and stuff like that. People will get like be worried if they misgender my cat. Because if they say, oh, she's so pretty, and I'm like, yeah, he is adorable. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It's like, how the fuck were you supposed to know what gender my cat was? And doesn't matter, you know, they've all been fixed. Like, that's the thing. Doesn't matter what gender your cat is. Like, when it comes down to it, it's like, oh, is your cat male or female? Who cares? And I'm pretty sure one of my cats was intersexed. Frodo, or not Frodo, Thumper, this one right here. I think he was intersexed because he was a calico. He had balls when, you know, first got him, which were chopped off, of course. But he was a calico, and apparently that gene is carried on like the X chromosome or something like that. So he was probably intersexed. Oh, E-L? E-L. E-L is how I'm supposed to say it. So it's not E-E-L, it's E-L. E-L. Because I'm reading it like eel when I say the E-E-E-L. E-L. Okay. I think I'm getting it. As people are teaching me how to phonically say words. Kitty cat, come here. Are you going to come here? Can you come here? Does it matter if Lanier is male or female? I actually had a lizard that I gave a female name to, even though most likely male. Only because I wanted to name whatever pet I had at that moment that name, for a personal reason. Yeah, I'm about done. I'm about done. So, let's just want to double check, make sure I didn't miss any super chats. Because I get super paranoid that I'm going to, and I don't know how to check it the next day type thing. And it doesn't look like I have, so that is good. The Wild West, it's been added to the dictionary, but now the dictionary is accused of being woke. Of course, try to find gender-neutral terms. You're woke, says TYT. Anyway. Vicky Clee, my mom's cat that lived till 22 was named Apollo after space mission. They then had kittens and got renamed to Polly. Frodo is going to live till he's 30. I keep on saying that and hoping that it will make it into reality. There's a phrase for that. When you say something over and over again to make it happen in reality, there is a specific phrase for that I can't think of right now. When you totally can't think of it right now. I'm sure somebody in the sandbox knows what I'm talking about. When you say it over and over again to like will it into reality, but there's a certain phrase specifically for that. Not wish casting, no. Something like manifest, yeah. Anyway, I'm hungry because I haven't had like a dinner. I had breakfast. What did I have for breakfast? Oh, right, I had a scone, a nice little treat. Yeah, I'm done. I'm tired. Anyway, so thank you to all the people that have, you know, become members of the Sandbox. All the people who've given in super chats, people who have become patrons, people who have, you know, purchased things off my wish list to help me out. There'll be a lot of Easter candy on it right now, so go nuts. Let's see, what else? Thank you to the people who have bought my book, and an extra thank you to the people who've read it. I appreciate the support of people buying it, and I also really appreciate it when they actually read it. Because it'd be nice if some people in my life actually just bought the book as a way of showing support to me. My mom did, so that's nice. I'm not expecting her to read it, though. Sometimes it's just a nice gesture. And let's see. Thank you to the mods, keeping the sandbox clean from turds. You know, all this stuff over here. You know the routine. You all know this. Nope. This. I'm like twisting my arm here. This stuff here. Huh. I'm getting distracted. Anyway, yeah, you guys are all great, and I'll see you hopefully Tuesday evening for a guest on my show. So I will do this thing. I will do where I do this. There we go. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.